T minus 1 minute. T minus 50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds. T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What's up, y'all? What's up? It is me, OSB, also known as the Great Value Brand Yaba. How are y'all doing? Yes, I understand. I will never be the great and all-powerful Yaba, but I can be the next best thing. No, I'm just saying. As you guys can see, our channel mascot, Little Mama, is front and center with that booty up close and personal, y'all. Hey, Miss Lady. Excuse you. Can we come here? She doesn't even know what she's doing, y'all. She's just literally standing there. She's not looking at anything. She's just like, Lord have mercy. All right. So let's do a quick rundown here. Miss Pigs, man. Me and Pigs have been at it back and forth today. You know, she's being her. We done had some whole conversations going on. We gonna have some more too, y'all. Hey, Reality Chica, how are you? It's good to see you, baby. I saw your message. I'm gonna have some footage. You know, I'm gonna have some video coming up here of all the crazy shenanigans I have been through at this house. Oh, Lordy. I just feel like I got more. I feel like I never get enough done, though, you know. Hi, Grateful. I'm going to take the dog out so I can be back on time. See you soon. I hope you and the pupper had a good walk. Hi, Nutty. How are you, my love? Everything going okay with you? Can be. How are ya? Good to see you, baby. Hi, Blondie. How are you tonight? It's okay if you're lurking, honey, just so long as you're here, because there might be something you might want to throw in on. I know how that goes. Oh, hi, Olga. How are you? Been a little bit. It's good to see you, honey. How are you? Oh, let's see. Allegra, curled up in bed but listening. Hey, that's the best place to do it. Just to lay in a bed, roll up in your blankets. You know, something playing on the TV. Yeah, man. I don't blame you. Comfortable is the way to go. Let's see. What is that? I got something on my lip, y'all. Pasta sauce. Sorry about that, y'all. All right, let's see. Hey, Salty Deer, and I like the sound of us being the sodium squad. I'll take that. I'll take that, no question. Sounds good, Pix. I'll be here waiting on you. I'm good. Been working out in the garden, repotting green bean seedlings. Ooh, see, you've been up to some of the same stuff that I've been up to today. Let me adjust this light real quick. I feel like I got a shadow over me. A little better. See, that's why my hair's so wild too, because I've been out working in the garden all day. So, okay, let me kind of give y'all the what for. So, I had me a whole conversation yesterday with, I believe it was Nutty. I can't remember. Oh, Jesus, y'all. See, I'm shot out. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it was Nutty. God almighty. Had me a whole conversation yesterday with Nutty about roses. And I'm going to tell you, I had a specific thing in mind with these roses. I found a lady that lives here locally, and she had all these amazing, 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 beautiful roses. Let me show y'all. She had what was called a Rosie the Riveter rose. Now, these are absolutely stunning. I'm going to show you, because this, to me, I was like, gorgeous, 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 gorgeous. I mean, absolutely beautiful. Look at how beautiful these are. Okay. These are very hard. She has some very hard to find breeds that you would have to order and have sent to you. But she had two of these. She had one that she had already sold off, and then she had this one that was up for sale. Trust and believe. I sent that lady a message. I sent her a message and was like, hey, look, I would really, really, really love to have Rosie. And she says, well, I would love to give her to you. She says, but she's on hold for somebody else to come pick up. Hey, Mash, how are you? Hi, Charlotte. I didn't see you earlier, but it's good to see you now. So I started looking through, and I found some other stuff, and I went over there with more money because I had a feeling I was going to get over there and I was going to end up with more than just what I told her I wanted. But I didn't tell, and I kind of mentioned this to her, but and I didn't get too far into detail or anything because, it's a buzzkill for people when you're just meeting them. But I told her that they were kind of a posthumous birthday gift for my mom, because today's my mom's birthday. And that I wanted to set up a rose garden for her because she loved roses, And she was incredibly sweet. She helped me look through all the stuff that she had, and kind of helped me figure out what else to get in relation to what I wanted to do. And she actually even gave me a little bit of a deal on them all, because I ended up walking out of there with 4. So couldn't be mad, but I came back here, and my little runway along my garage, I went through and I tilled the holy hell out of it and put down a bunch of damn pot and soil for roses and all that other stuff, and I put all my roses down. And I figured I would show you guys what I picked out, because they were super pretty. My mom was a pink lady. She loved pink. She loved pink stuff. She would wear pink shoes, pink scrubs. She had pink bags. This is the Meredith. And this was the one that drew me to this lady to begin with after the Rosie, because this is a very delicate sort of pink rose. And I saw that, and all I could think about was my mom, Then I ended up with this one. This is the Iceberg. And they're pure white, but they have this really pretty golden center to them. And this is the only one of the 4 plants that actually has flowers on them. The other one, she trimmed them back and everything to help allow for growth and everything. Then I got the Sugar Moon, which is like a white and pink sort of mixture. It almost looks like it's airbrushed. It's actually really pretty. But, and then I went a little crazy because I wasn't planning on getting this one, but she kind of talked me into it. I got the Florentina, and this one is this one's a climbing rose. So this is what I got to figure out something to put behind it, so it has something to trail up with, you know what I'm saying? And from there, we're just going to have to play it as we go. You know what I'm saying? But I've got them all planted and everything. And, had a pretty good day. Spent the whole time out there digging them holes in the ground to put them in, thinking about my mom, knowing that I could just flat out see her saying, oh, they're so pretty. Because that would just be her. Because that is the way she always was. Oh, that's so pretty. I could just hear it in my head. So I celebrated her birthday, unintentionally, even though it wasn't entirely my plan. Yesterday, when I saw those roses, my mind went straight to it this morning when I got to this lady because of how pretty these roses were. And I'm going to tell you, if I could have pulled out my phone and like took a picture, you guys would not believe it. This lady, during the COVID lockdowns, she got into roses. And there were, like, she's got this big pool, like you go in the sideway to her house and there's a pool, and there's all the way around the pool. There had to have been like 150 pots, and each one of them had a rose bush in it, and they were all different colors and all different styles. And you know what I'm saying? It just threw me. I just did not know what to think. I was just like, holy hell, I have walked into rose heaven. And I knew that it was her house because she was like, here, you're going to go down this road. Here's the street address. And I was like, okay, I'm not entirely sure if I'm where I need to be. And then I get past this little runway, and her entire front yard is nothing but roses. I was like, holy smokes, I have found the place. If this ain't it, I'll be shocked, So I was just like, wow, I was really caught off guard. The lady her knowledge is impressive for somebody who just took it up as a hobby just a couple of years ago, We are not going to be entirely alone tonight. I have got Pixley coming up just to hang out with us so we can shoot the shit and just whatever, She's kind of hanging out in the background. She kind of eyeballed me. I see you eyeball me. Yeah. I guess I'm going to go ahead and throw her in here. What's up, girl? I'm digging them. I dig them cat ears.
Thanks. I had to do that.
Yeah. Speaking of cats, you bringing up the cat ears. Take a guess at what I ended up getting into today. Apparently, Romeo chased this cat across the road over here that's been over there since I moved here. And the couple that used to live there, they moved out. And this little cat had been wandering back and forth between that house and where her parents were staying over here. These young men that from the military bought this house or signed a contract on the house or something like that. Well, this cat is now living over there. Hi, Nala. Look at that sweet angel. Oh, my goodness. Look at that noggin. Bless her. She's so pretty. But this guy across the road comes over and knocks on my door and said, is this gray and white cat yours? I said, yes, sir. I said, why? He said, I just chased him off of my roof. He was over there bullying my cat. I said, okay. I said, well, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. I said, because he's not a fighter. I said, not really. I said, I have seen people beat him up and he doesn't even fight back.
AFK.
But
just threw my own stuff. Oh
hey, that you see now you know what I be going through with. I got 3 of them over here doing that.
Yeah. I have a very small place, so what just happened was she just like literally launched everything straight up. So there we go. Sorry. I feel very red-faced all of a sudden, so
you're fine. You are fine, no problem. But this guy was mad about the fact that Romeo was over there on the roof over there. He said, I don't want him bullying my cat. If he don't stay from over here, I'm gonna have to take BB gun to him. I said, well, young man, because he's in his 20s. He don't even look like he's had a solid face of facial hair yet. I said, I'm going to tell you something. I said, I know you ain't been too long ago moved in here. I said, but I'm going to tell you a little story about Frankie. I said, because apparently Frankie is now his cat. I said, I'm going to tell you. I said, just so you're aware. I said, about 3 weeks before you moved in, I said, Frankie whooped Romeo's ass and he ended up with a facial abscess. I said, that I ended up having to have treated. I said, and that was before I even brought Rome into my house at night. I said, so I'm going to tell you, I said, this is not one bullying the other. I said, this is two males
Yeah.
who think that they the king of the pride, going back and forth at each other, my guy. I said, we're going to figure out a way to make this work, though. I said, but I'm going to tell you. I said, Frankie comes across this road and into my yard too. I said, the difference is I would never hurt Frankie to make him go home. I said, even if they were fighting, I said, I might spray him with the water hose when they get bullied up on each other, because I've seen that happen. I said, I have run him back across the road to your house. I said, it usually involves me squirting a water hose in his direction so he'll go. I said, but I would never hurt him. I said, and I would hope that you would not hurt mine.
Yeah.
And I said, can I see Frankie? So at least I know that he's okay, because apparently they got into it a few days ago too. So I went over there. Frankie's got a little scratch on his ear and he's got a little scratch on his arm. And I was like, really? Really? I'm like, you want to be defensive saying your cat when you ain't even had this cat.
Yeah.
Not even a couple of months. And this first off, this cat's been all over the damn neighborhood. He's done scrapped with every cat on this block. It just took everything in me not to tell that boy about himself. I played nice with him. I said, we're gonna have to figure us out a way to coexist. So what we're gonna do, I said, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do exposure therapy. I said, I'm gonna put me down a towel on the spots that he likes to sleep on. You're gonna do the same thing with Frankie. I said, and after a week, we're gonna swap so that they have to be around each other's smell all the time. I said, and eventually we will have to put them in proximity. I said, you can bring Frankie to my place and we'll get on the porch with them. I said, so that way they can separate from each other if they want to, and we can separate them from each other if there's a problem. I said, but we have got to get them to a point where one is not chasing the other. I said, because I was like, I'm sorry. I said, I don't mean for this to sound ugly. I said, but if you hurt him, I said, we are going to have problems. He's like, well, I don't want to be that kind of person. I know I ain't been here that long. I said, I'm glad we have an understanding.
Yeah. These are clear boundaries. Don't cross this line and I won't have to make you cry.
Right. And I'm sorry. I got nothing but respect for folks in the military, but I'm sorry. That don't entitle you to be able to come over here and tell me what I am and ain't going to do.
No.
You know, I don't do well with that kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, Nutty makes a good point. The feral ones are hard to deal with, but we're talking about two of them that are not feral. They're house cats. They're just tomcats. They wander, you know? And, you know, y'all say hi to pigs.
It's a long time since anybody's seen my face online, so I am a little bit like red faced because I'm a little bit nervous. Not gonna lie.
And if you get too nervous, then you can always do the little icon picture for a minute until you can decompress and lower your temperature.
I first off, I just want to say that yours, Kalari's, and Frenchie's communities are so warm and inviting and so supportive of one another. And I respect that so much. And it's what you bring to it that allows people to feel that. Oh, hello, Leona. First time seeing you. Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Sorry. Yeah, there's a bunch of people that probably haven't seen me, and I'm not trying to sound arrogant. Like I stopped doing reactions and stuff back in 2020, just after the pandemic started. Sorry. So.
Hell, that would have been the prime time to get going.
Oh yeah, but sorry.
You weren't ready to devote that kind of energy. I don't blame you.
There was a lot that was going on around that time, and I was kind of like, I started watching Amberlynn when I was living in New York in 2015. So like, this is old school, and it was like pre her and Zachary Michael actually being real life friends, which is why that relationship will always stay different than everybody else in Girl World. Like those two have a different relationship.
I don't understand how he could deal with her, to be honest. She is so two-faced.
Yes.
Two-faced. She's shown that more than once. I wouldn't trust her no further than I could chuck her. I would throw my back out before I could even lift her.
And I will say that the people that have seen me in the past, they have seen me with different groups of individuals that I don't associate with anymore for valid reasons. And we become wise as we walk through life. And what I find is taking myself out of the picture for a while and then watching as everybody else was like, oh, welcome to the pandemic. This is what's going to happen now. We're going to have even more people in girl world. Okay, well, I'm going to dip my toes back in, and my in real life best friend, Lord of the Fruit Flies, we actually solidified our friendship even more during that time. And she was like, you should probably come check out Frenchie because I think you'd like her. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do the Chantal thing. I really do. Like, I'm distancing myself from all of it.
Frenchie is so sarcastic, and that's what I love.
Her bits. I do. And she's not to like crosstalk on anybody at all. I'm not trying to take the spotlight. I'm just, what people see on your screen is only one fraction of what Kalari is and what One Salty Beach is and what Frenchie is. And like, I get to see that behind the scenes, and I get to fall in love with you guys. Like, I get to be in your sphere. I get to allow myself to accept your friendship and accept your love and accept your wisdom on things.
You get to deal with my crazy.
And you get to deal with mine, baby. So we're even. So, I mean.
Hey, y'all hear me say it all the time, like I've lost it. I've totally fucking lost it. You missed that. You missed it. I was telling Karma Monday and Tuesday night, you know, I have such trouble sleeping on the weekends because my shifts are so close together. Usually on Monday night, that Sunday into Monday, I sleep really, really good. Well, Monday night, that Sunday into Monday, and then Monday into Tuesday, I laid in bed, just miserable, sweating. I couldn't get comfortable. And I was like kicking the blanket off of me and then pulling the blanket back on me. And I was like cursing my HRT. I'm like, my HRT has failed me. This is some bullshit. I'm going to have to get a hold of my doctor in the morning. And I could not figure out what the problem was. I was like, this is ridiculous. Well, come Tuesday night, I got in the bed and I was like, you know what? I'm going to have to go bump down the air conditioning. I walked into the living room. The air conditioner was off, completely off. Here's the deal. Last Thursday and Friday, the highs were in the 60s. So I turned the air conditioner off and opened all the windows in the house and left them open. And I completely forgot to turn the damn air conditioner on. So I'm sitting there burning my ass up, not able to sleep, cursing my HRT doctor in the middle of the night, aggravated as all hell, questioning my life choices. I was telling Karma about that. I was like, I have completely and utterly lost my shit. And she just laughed at me. She's like, well, she's like, at least you know your HRT ain't the problem. And I'm like, yeah, it's just I'm brain fried, just brain fried. But yeah, y'all get to, I get to share stuff like that with y'all that, I imagine I could probably come on here. Well, and I kind of am now, but,
sorry,
it's, I'm not going to do like a video every single time I've got a funky wild ass story and just upload every single day. Because if I uploaded every single day, y'all would be like, holy hell, does this woman not have a life? And I feel honestly like if I did upload every single day like that, like during Christmas in October, when I do them every day, I'm like, holy moly, I'm overwhelmed videoing. I know they've got to be overwhelmed keeping track of everything. And I dare not make that a thing. So I don't even see how, like, when Foodie was doing lives every single day for as long as she did, and AOR too, how they were maintaining any semblance of sanity, even anything remotely resembling that, even when they were offline, because they start feeling, I know you've got to feel like you've either talked about the same thing
Yeah.
already, or you talk in circles, which, Amber's doing right now anyway, because she didn't have anything else to do. But it's just wild to me. Hang on. There's a bunch of conversation I done missed up in here. Hi, Rose. Good to see you.
Yes, this is the CPAP machine. This is the CPAP machine. This is Imagine One, the one that has traveled the world. It's actually clean, and it's clean daily.
The way it's supposed to be.
The way it's supposed to be, because there are several parts that go together. And yeah. I keep thinking, would it be really nasty to like film the whole thing of me actually cleaning it, and just like, would anybody even want to know that? Like,
well, yeah. I mean, I imagine somebody would be interested to know, because I mean, let's be real. We know that Foodie's not doing it. That thing probably hadn't been cleaned since she took it out of the trap house. Tragically, Delicious is a very sweet girl. Absolutely. No question. Let's see.
Oh my goodness. Just as
look what Vanessa said.
I love that.
And Hannibal don't seem to mind. He thinks that's amusing. Let's see.
And obviously there are going to be people that I don't, that we don't always connect with and stuff.
Absolutely.
But I'm not going to ever diss somebody. Wow. Do I ever sound like I'm like almost 50? I'm not going to bring somebody else down because somebody else likes somebody else. We all like who we like for different reasons.
Right. I mean, I think you were here for that. And I know you were probably around for some point. The only one that I have true issue with, that I cannot get down with, is Kaya. If you're gonna co-sign Kaya, then I'm sorry. Me and you are not designed to be on the same team. That is just the way that it goes. I have seen way too much damage done to people by that sort of stuff, and I just can't. I just can't. Especially when even if it's not you who physically did it, you're going to sit there and say that there is no victim. It's like, excuse me, I'm sorry. And then I have see, she called out the other one. That one, me and her are just simply not meant to coexist. I have figured that out.
I will speak on that for a second, because I know that people did see me in Breezy's chat for a long period of time. And when all of the allegations came out last year, at the beginning of March, literally it was March 3rd, I believe. I've got the screenshots. Anyways, the second that Chantal was the one who made me question Breezy. I privately went to Breezy and said, "Are you being anti-Semitic?" I hadn't even gotten to the elder abuse or anything else. I flat out asked that question. And instead of answering me, she ran away from the conversation and blocked me. I then deleted myself from her Discord channel. I didn't talk to anybody else. I didn't need to talk to anybody else. I took the screenshot of the last conversation. That was it. And I removed myself from the membership. I have not spoken about her. Busy Little Bee does stuff, and I've been noticing. So I've been there doing that. But I have not spoken about Breezy. And I will flat out say this: if there is something that is going to start, because I'm finally saying this, be prepared, because there's no in my background that will ever show.
She's already had plenty enough to say about me, which is fine. It's whatever.
Unacceptable.
See, and right there, that whole "I'm the most sober person who's ever sobered," ma'am.
No, and like I'm never going to speak on anybody's sobriety and whether or not California sober is California sober. It's its own thing.
It's its own thing, but it's just one of those things, I mean, for me, I think the biggest issue on that side is there's not been any acceptance of accountability in the circumstances as they play out.
Yeah.
And, most sober people can tell you we hold ourselves accountable before other people do. That is not other people's jobs really to hold us accountable. We have to own that first before anybody
Exactly.
else asks us to. And there's none of that. And that's where a lot of it's more like, oh, how dare you, don't talk about me, poor me. It's like, no, if you're participating in it, then you're not a victim. So I mean, it is what it is. It's hers to deal with, not mine.
Vanessa,
It's one of those
please
things.
fucking go.
Let's see.
Oh my God.
Am I dissing a creator? Are we talking about me, reality?
No, reality. I'm the one that was speaking on why people had not heard from me saying anything, because I was a large part of the voice and the cheerleading squad.
Honestly, I mean, I don't think, I think realistically at this point, neither of us are saying anything other than what we observe. It would be no different than us watching Foodie or ALR and commenting on what we see, and I have actually, had stuff said to me because of the conversations that I've had. Like, I have told people that I'm gatekeeping sobriety because I am pointing out the things that I'm pointing out. I've been told that, I'm a bad sober person, and it's just like, okay, whatever, do what you want to do, but, please don't be using it as a get out of jail free card for bad behavior. It would be no different than Foodie or ALR. I would say the same thing about them if they were doing the same thing. It's not just because it's her. I don't know her. I don't care to know her. You know what I mean? And I realistically, I just flat out can't listen to her. I mean, I tried to for a little while. Yeah. And between the combination of her voice and then the lack of constructive input on what we're watching is what threw me. It was just strictly surface level only. Yes. And I was like, I can't. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, I when I connect with somebody, it has to be deeper than a puddle. And that's just flat out like, and that's one of the things that I've also realized with these communities, which is what I was touching on at the beginning, was you and Frenchie and Kalari and others, obviously others.
Yeah.
But those are the three big ones that most people, right now are seeing.
I don't think that many people are.
There's a depth of conversation that happens that isn't just fluff. It's not just filler. There is substance to everything that you guys bring, even if it's with a snarky tone, or there's always that level of wisdom that comes with it. And that's the difference between people who bark at the screen for coins and people who talk and get super chats and have attention in a different way.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm kind of drawn to that too. And I think that's part of why I think Hannibal and I mesh so well, because we can sit there and act a fool, but still have actual constructive conversation in the process. I mean, I've said all kind of insane shit on Hannibal's panels, but anytime we get together, we're going to actually have a real conversation, Oh my goodness. Look at who showed up. Talk to me good.
I know. I love this.
Hi, Waffles. How are you, honey buns?
That I absolutely adore. Like, I silently, quietly adore. I live for, hey, stupid. I do not have other words. When stupid comes out of her mouth, I'm there.
The part that got me was the one where she was sitting there she was in the middle of talking and her phone fell over. She's like, oh my God, you guys, my phone is so jealous. Even it decided to faint. I was like, oh my God. I just laughed so hard. I snorted. I couldn't help myself, It's just like, man. Well, I'll tell you what. While we here, hey, Goose and Henny, y'all want to pop up here too? We'll turn it into a whole thing, because I know if y'all are up in here, y'all ain't got that much going on. You want to turn it into a whole shindig? Let's do this.
That would be cool. If Kalari wants to get in, I love.
Yeah, man. Hey, all my peeps roll through. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Great Value Yaba is issuing an invite.
Yeah. So does that make the CPAP the Temu CPAP?
No, I think
this is the clean CPAP. Well, this one's the clean CPAP. Never mind.
Yeah, the Temu one is always the knockoff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the hose that she carries back and forth. That, oh my God. Okay, yeah, like this is the hose. The one that she keeps showing everybody is industrial. It's
I know.
Like this big. Oh my God.
And then she wonders why. Then she wonders why things ain't working out the way they're supposed to. Look at this. Look at this.
I know.
Hannibal's like, did you just call me out for doing nothing?
No, he said he's bullying the chat, making people.
No, I did not say you weren't. I didn't say you was doing nothing. I just said that since you here, you might as well come socialize. All right, I'm throwing it out. Y'all come through. Let's turn it into a whole deal, y'all. Let's turn it into a whole thing. We gonna roll picks in.
That's right. I haven't paneled in so long. I will try not to talk over everybody. And yes, I will let everybody know ahead of time. I only have 19 teeth from a lot of people who abuse the hell out of me. So if anybody wants to come at me with my teeth, Chantal, mine were lost because people actually didn't want me to keep my mouth shut, or did want me to keep my mouth shut. So there you go.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I actually pretty early in at one point had somebody leave me a comment about my teeth.
I know that she likes to go after teeth. So.
And I started to make a video on it, but I was like, nah, I'm not going to do that. That is from somebody punching me in the mouth, my ex-husband.
Yeah.
So my teeth are completely out of line, and I have no interest. They're going to stay exactly as they are, because that's a badge of fucking honor as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. Like I don't have any teeth on this side at all. And that was because of the face. So.
Talk to me, Goose.
It's Goose! Happy belated 74 crew. Can't hear you yet, honey.
You muted, Goose.
And this is bubbly mango with a little bit of my Rockstar mandarin orange left from this morning. I just keep adding ice to it all day long. So
unmute. Yeah, okay. Wait, so it's on her end and not mine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she kicked herself out.
Damn it. Oh, Charlotte. Yeah, and
she might have been having connectivity problems.
This community can get a little bit nasty, which is one of the reasons why I pulled back. Because, you know what? I had my weight loss surgery and I took it offline. And nobody has seen me since I lost a significant amount. So from my highest, which I'm not even sure how high it actually was, the highest that I know of was 476. And I am at 223.
Yes. How tall are you?
5'1".
Oh, you're a little thing then. Yeah. So
I am. So here's a little thing that Goose is coming in. I am the same height as Chantal. Okay.
There she is.
So when Chantal is standing.
My bad.
He's 61 inches. My Kalari girl. Oh my God.
Hey, Kalari too. Hey guys.
Oh my
What's
God. I'm
up,
sorry.
Y'all might hear my hubby talking in the background, so I'm gonna
Abby? How
use the
you
mic
doing?
from time to time. Hey guys.
So I'll just finish my thought and then I'm going to shut my mouth.
It's okay, honey.
When I'm only 61 inches tall for the people in the States, Chantal is only 61 inches tall. At my highest weight, I was 76 inches around, which meant that I was taller horizontally than vertically.
Yeah.
Please keep that in mind the next time you see her standing. She is literally taller sideways than she is.
Yes.
And that amount of pressure that she is putting on her spine alone.
Girl, her and AL are both.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to shut my mouth and just let these beautiful women talk. And I'm just going to be
I fully was listening.
Love an impromptu Kiki.
And I tell people all the time, because I am 5'3", and at my worst I was over 5. It's a lot to put on your joints. It's a lot to put on your back. That's why I side-eyed Chantal when she was like, "You don't know what it's like." Yeah, I do. And I was able to admit what it's like. I'm actually going to do a slideshow on Saturday to show the journey, because a lot of these heifers like to think that I don't know what I'm talking about. I was literally there. That was literally my life. And that's why I practice Fat Girl Fitness, because no matter what, even when I get back to my goal weight, like Salty has said too, I'm always going to feel the way I did when I was at 500. It's just a mental thing.
I tell people, and they're surprised, because I was so young when I lost majority of my weight, that I'm like, look, there's like a whole level of body dysmorphia that nobody talks about. It's not even addressed. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. I went through a whole phase right after that. I was like, I'm cute. Y'all can't tell me shit. But at the same time, though, I still had that. It didn't matter how much weight I lost. Like I got down to 165 at 5'10", and my head looked like a burnt matchstick. I mean, my neck was super thin. My head looked really huge. I've got a picture from like a school ID or something. I got to show it to y'all at some point. I got to figure out what I did with it. But I had my hair cut really short. I could exhale and I could see where my ribs met my cartilage. And even then I was like, I am still so big. I don't know what is wrong with me. And oh my God. And most of what I had on me is what I have on me now, which is mostly just loose skin. I mean, it's an unfortunate hazard of weight loss. And even though it bothers me, I don't want to pay that kind of money to have that cut off. I'm just at the point now that I'm like, if you don't want to look at it, don't look at it. Yeah, I'll just deal with it on my own. But
I had a doctor press down on my stomach yesterday because I was dealing with the kidney stone thing, and he was like, "Oh, I thought this would be a lot more firm." I was like, "It's loose skin. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you." I was big. I'm not as big as I was before. I have a lot of it.
Hey, the part that, and it's gonna sound weird. And it's going to look weird because I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I will grab it right here. I'll grab and I'll be like,
yeah.
I like to bunch up.
I kind of push it together and I'm just weird. It's just, I can't help it. It's like, I wonder if I can grab a big old handful of it, and I can at times. It just depends on where, but, it's just one of those things. But yeah, you can't really untrain your brain to not see yourself as that bigger person, especially when you've spent a large portion of your life being that person. I spent more of my life being a big girl than I have being a normal sized human.
Yep.
And it's just, it's something you can't really unprogram. So take like your ALR with her whole, I'm going to have weight loss surgery. First off, that heifer wouldn't know what to do with herself if she lost all her weight. She would be absolutely insufferable.
Yeah. Jinxie,
we all remember the 89 LBs But the teeth thing too, to touch upon that, I knew she was going to hyper focus because everybody who tried to attack me when I used to be on Twitter or when I started doing like the mental health vlogs on here, that was the only insult they could throw at me. And I've heard things like, "Oh, you must have been a junkie" and stuff. And then a lot of people shut up when I put out that video about the bulimia, about binging and purging. And some people, they still try it anyway. And it's like, I am a Gen X lady from New York City whose family played the dozens. You're gonna have to dig a lot deeper and harder to insult me in a way that will even get me to blink.
Hey girl, be like, my parents hurt my feelings more than you're ever capable of working out. I'm sorry, I hate it for you.
And having Black, Indigenous, and Asian family, especially, them Asians in my family are hardcore. People think, oh, Asian people are just polite. They can be rude as fuck, especially when you're bigger. They don't care. Your aunties will tell you, you eat too much. You need to walk. You know?
Yeah.
Goosey, how you doing?
Mm-hmm.
I'm good. How are you all doing? I'm good. I gotta feed my overlords in about an hour, so I just thought I'd jump up and see, what's going on in the world of the girls. All I see is lying liars that lie are lying, and that's fucking whatever. Stupid is stupid. Like that's kind of all I've really seen so far is like, because I haven't really caught up really that much, other than knowing that she got sick. Oh, poor Muffin got sick. Oh no, poor Muffin. And like I agree with you, Kalaria. I'm Gen X. It's like, oh, cool story. Go feed Dum Dum. Nobody gives a shit. Like, get up and get it fucking done, man. Like,
girl, I had a bunch of people asking me questions about that video from earlier. They were like, well, that would be a lot of fluid for her. And they're like, well, somebody figured it up. And they said that, for the amount of fluid she got, that puts her between 400 and 450. I'm like, yeah. Yeah.
For my stone yesterday, they put me on some saline just to make sure that it moved. And it was one bag. They did not need to give me more than one bag. I don't even understand why she would need so much fluid. And then when it was broken down, I was like, oh, yeah, that tracks.
Well, and ideally, and I should have put a preference on it, but I did say it at one point. I was like, look, I'm not all the way awake. I'm having my coffee. You see the title of this video. I don't get up and then go about my day and then sit down and have a coffee talk with y'all. This is first thing in the morning. My eyeballs are still dry from sleeping. But no.
No, I'm boo man.
I did not throw in there. I was like, you gotta take into consideration mitigating factors, like if she's having nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea, she's going to still be having the diarrhea when they're starting the fluids. You have to mitigate the fact that she's urinating throughout this process. She's not going to be holding on to IV fluids. There's going to be perpetual loss along the way.
But that's if she was telling the truth, because
she was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we know the girl's lying, but I'm taking it at face value with this whole I've got norovirus thing, and I'm severely dehydrated thing. That's kind of where I went with it. Until she gets somebody needles her enough and she starts uploading paperwork, then I'll be able to be like, nah, that's bullshit. And here's why it's bullshit. But yeah, the prospect of her having norovirus is actually not terribly off the mark, because Pete's was sick last week too.
Yeah. And she does not take care of her health.
No, she doesn't. And she don't wash her hands
at all. She's not very hygienic. When she was talking about the shower thing, I know some people wanted to challenge me on that, but I did a video right after I got out of the hospital in January. And I told people, because I was severely sick with the hypocalcemia, I had lost 30 pounds at that point. So my band, which I normally used to put on this finger, had to be put on my finger with the engagement ring Gray gave me, because it fell off in the bathroom. It wasn't in the shower. It hit my bathroom floor. And I told that story, and I know Chantel watches my videos.
Oh, yeah. She watches everybody that talks about her.
All of a sudden, her ring fell off during the shower. And I was like, no, heifer, no. I seen how tight that finger looks still with the new ring. This is still, you can see the space on my fingers. I've been
Welcome
lucky. I
waffles.
had tiny hands and I don't eat as much sodium as Chantal.
True, true. I mean, and
Guys, she's dying. It's totally, she is the only one that gets these diseases. She's totally dying, and we're just jealous. Okay?
Yep.
Everybody
jealous of her
just has to get it
skinny
straight.
energy.
Oh my God.
she actually said it at one time. She's like, "This is the most horrible illness ever," and I'm like, "Ma'am, didn't you have cancer at one point?"
Yeah. Like, I don't understand her. I don't understand Amber Lynn either. And that's why I started doing the fit bongs in response to their mukbangs, because I'm tired of hearing about what they eat in a day. And I know some people are like, Kalari, well, should you do that too to counter them? I was like, if you want to see me eating oatmeal or banana, maybe, but I don't find eating interesting. I don't think it's fun to watch and listen to people eat like that. I would much rather be on my exercise bike or swimming or walking.
Well, look at what Waffles had to say for you, Kalari.
Yeah. That's true, Waffles. And I think that she's not brave enough. She could never. Like I said, I wear my physical scars because I'm not ashamed of them. It shows how much I've survived.
She would not know a thing in the world about the level of self-acceptance that it takes for you to embrace all of those things.
Exactly.
And be like, you know what, this is just who I am.
Yeah,
that would involve her actually recognizing she's made a mistake in her life, and that she's done something wrong. You know, she has never ever. She's the Messiah, you jealous morons! Oh my God, she makes no mistakes. Oh my God, I can't even believe it. We're just so jealous. But like, that's the thing, is like, she has and it's always some, like, to live your life that way, it always has to be chaotic in order to be kept interesting. She thinks problematic is a personality. She thinks that that's what it is, and she just she's she's still in Canada. Of course she is. Of course she is. Like, where else would she be? Like, what she's gonna go back to Kuwait. Don't let the Canadian door hit you in the ass on the way out. Bye. But like, at the end of the day, because we know she's watching everything. We know she's here. She knows she's going to be watching it. So, hey, Foodie, A, you still owe me $100. B, I'm not going to let that go. And the fact that I triple dog dare you. Come on out. You think it's cold and miserable and horrible? Come on, get on a plane. And come to BC, come to the other side and see what it's like over here. Go ahead and come here and say that everything is it's such a horrible heathen hellscape of shit here. You know what I mean?
BC is beautiful.
And you've been to BC? Yeah.
We went up to Prince George.
Most of Canada is rural. Like, for her to have this idea that she's this ever so traveled life map of amazingness when she's from fucking Cornwall, Ontario, which even anywhere in Canada, people, if you say, oh, I watched this person from Cornwall, they're like, why? Like, you don't have to know anything about Canada. And when you're in Canada, other to know that when people say Cornwall, you're like, ew. Like, everybody says to you, you don't even have to know much about it. But this whole country, and for people that maybe don't know, there's a lot of parallels between Foodie Beauty and I. This is why I have a problem with Foodie Beauty. We're both born from teenage mom. My mom had me 9 days before her 16th birthday. We both have asthma. We both are Aries. We both are 420 friendly. We both had she had an alcoholic father that her mom tried to wrangle by calving her out on the real estate. But I have an alcoholic dad. Like, there's a lot of parallels, and my world is like, how did she exist in Canada? Like, I don't know how that happened. That has to be a society issue. Because she's a type of person, like, her vibe attracts her tribe. Because that the Beezers are just like her. They're a bunch of entitled jackasses that think that she's some kind of queen. And like, my brain can't fathom it.
And it explains the men too. And she wants to be surprised when they treat her like trash.
I think with the Beezers, some of them did come in thinking, oh my God, this is just somebody being picked on because of their size. I can relate to her. I know what it's like to be bullied and stuff. But after 7 years of her repeating that cycle over and over again, and just
Her telling them
treating them like crap. Yeah.
Perpetually telling them you're
this last one should have been it for them, because she not only promised them that she was coming to Canada to finally get her life together. She literally dropped her PayPal link saying that somebody told her that they wanted it. Instead of listening to the Beezers who said, okay, put out a wish list. We'll help you get the stuff you need for your health.
See, they're stupid for even offering that, because they have sat there for ages watching how she treats everything that's sent to her. It ends up as garbage before it's done. I mean, she took everything that was sent to her, everything that she got from all these other, like, who's the girl, the girl with the blue hair that did all the knitting. Those hats, them bitches went in the dumpster.
Yeah.
Right along with all the rest of it, because she didn't take those with her.
And it's a shame, because I can see how some people, they like a creator enough to want to share with them, to want to support them in good times, bad, in between. But Chantel has given so much ill will to the people who support her. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
One of the things people said to me was, you're not even a fraction of what she has in subscribers, which I really don't need. I love the number I'm at right now. But I said when I got to 1K, I was going to do the book giveaway, because I was just so appreciative of the community. And the fact that she's been on for 7 years, she can't even make emojis for her people. She can't give them anything. She's just a taker. And people are going to get tired of that.
You advertising.
Yeah, she's the best, for real. I just want people to feel appreciated.
I have the same thought that you do. I mean, Kalara, you've seen.
I got the necklace that you gave me. I love it.
And don't get me wrong. Look, Pigs is showing off her pop socket. I mean, I had a good time making those while I was making them. I would be sitting there watching TV, beading and putting stuff together, And I mean, honestly, like, I think Leona at one point asked me, when are you going to get a P.O. box? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know when. I'll let you know if I do. But I mean, I'm not going to lie. I feel like by doing that, it's like I'm expecting people to just give me things. And I'm not. I mean, I get more out of having people here and being able to talk. Hi.
Exactly.
Hi, Mama.
And for me, I really live out in BFE in the woods, so I don't get as concerned with some people having my address anymore, because if you're going to come all the way out here to try to do anything to me, you're wasting your time. This is America. It's literally gun country. Even my husband's registered.
Hey, if
you're on my property uninvited, I don't understand why you would do that.
Let's throw this out there too. Florida is a constitutional carry state now.
Oh yeah.
Play them games if you want to.
Yep, it's a bad game of effing around and find out, for real. So I don't get as concerned as when I was in the city, because you never know. But now that I'm like a witch of the woods now. I love it out here. I feel like I can be a little bit more easygoing with people know where I am, because I don't start none. I am old school. Don't start none, won't be none. And I feel like because of that, a lot of people don't try me on that level. I just don't have the energy. Oh, your kitty co-stars.
Well, let me show you why he skidded by me real quick. Let me show you.
Okay.
Hello, babies. The queen was upset that hello, Jinxie Man. Jinxie Boo Man.
He's so cute.
You guys don't actually hear when I'm doing this on this side of the screen when she's on, but I'm like, Jinxie Boo Man, come here, come and give me kisses. Like, obviously you can't hear me, but that's why I'm like typing the chat. Jinxie Boo Man, I love you so fucking. Yeah.
Yeah, I got me a whole pride.
Oh yeah.
And they can be a handful, but it don't make me love them any less. Look at this right here. Rose ain't lying.
Yep,
She ain't
bro.
lying. Hey, we built a little different. Florida man is a reason, is a thing for a reason.
Oh yeah. And I tell people all the time, because I was on Twitter for 10 years. When Twitter first started, I was like one of the OGs where I decorated my whole page with like Sailor Moon stuff when they used to let us do that. So I was on there for a long time. And I used to just use the Kalari handle, and then people started threatening to dox me. And it was like, you know what? I no longer work for my old companies. I don't have to worry about that. Dox me if you want to. I just stopped hiding who I was on that app. So when people like try to threaten that like on YouTube, it's like, okay, but I'm a writer. So all you're doing is giving me free advertising if you do stuff like that. Thank you.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, the position that, I mean, and yes, I do work for somebody else at this point, but I mean, realistically, I mean, if that job falls through tomorrow, I'll have another job within 2 hours. I mean, I am not hurting for that just because of what I do, the level of experience I'm at, and the type of education that I've got. You know, and worst case scenario, BFD, I go right back to working agency where I am literally working for myself. There is nobody to hold me accountable other than me. So it's just like, do whatever you want to do, say whatever you want to say. So long as realistically, just you leave it on here and I'll leave it on here. How about that?
Exactly.
Because
They
I
lose
am that
though.
type that I will come to you and knock on your door if you want to take it there.
Exactly. I told people all the time, if you want to go that low, you don't know the level of crazy you're dealing with. Because I had a speech writing job for a friend that was running for Congress in Colorado, and they were spamming him. You know, she's a black nationalist. I was like, what are you even talking about? The stuff they would call in his office, he was like, I've known this lady for 20 years. We used to play D&D together. I've gone to her house, she's gone to my house, and I'm half black. So what are you even talking about? He told me all the conversations he had with people, and then he finally just started hanging up on them because these people on Twitter really thought they were going to ruin a job that a friend gave to me. It's crazy.
Well, the part that gets me is like, okay, and it is going to sound a kind of way, but you know me, I don't flat don't care. I mean, in reality, if you are the same person online that you are in your day-to-day life, there is really nothing to expose.
Yep.
You know, if you're a shady motherfucker, you're just going to be a shady motherfucker all the way
truth will
around.
show itself. Yep.
Right. It will eventually come out. I mean, Foodie is the prime example of that. I mean, she's a miserable human being. She likes to play the game like she's not. Hi, everybody. Hi, Bees is ready to Bees. But as soon as she goes to turn that camera off, and we've seen it more than once,
Oh, yeah.
that mask slips just as quickly before the stream can even close. She's going.
Yeah, she's not having fun. And see, with me, if I'm not
Right.
having fun with something, I don't do it. It's not worth my time. I
Yeah.
like doing what I do because it's fun. If it's not fun, why are you doing that? But shit, her whole income right now depends on YouTube. YouTube is her biggest source of income. It's the only way she's keeping scats. And she doesn't seem to understand because she swears we all depend on her videos. Heifer, I just started calling you out because I know you're watching Sarah Lee, Charles Reed, all your little soccer accounts that I've tussled with. Even before I really started to do videos on you, you were trying it in comment sections. But you got to realize that a lot of us have other things going. And even if we don't, you're not the only person in girl world. I watched Amber Lynn this morning eating pasta in the morning, and my brain was just like, girl, you got to stop this. We see what you eat. We see that you're still mobile enough. Do some exercise, even if it's swim aerobics. Stop showing us what you eat. We know you eat, you know?
Well, I mean, like, I can't like entirely be like, I've done one. I've done a what I eat in a day, but it was kind of like an anti-ALR what I eat in a day. It was like, okay, here's what I'm at. Here's what it is. Here's what the protein is. Here's what this is. And, you know, do you know what? I came in under like 300 points below my caloric calorie top out for the day.
Yeah.
And I mean, if I did something like that again, because like right now, I'm not terribly focus too much on the calorie total. I'm focused more on the grams of protein total.
Yeah.
And
see,
the girls at
thing
work
is-
were freaking out, girl, because I was like logging everything, and they were like, well, how many grams are you at right now? And I'm like, I'm already at 76 grams, and I haven't had dinner, and I haven't had an afternoon snack yet. And they're like, holy shit.
Yeah. And see, with me, the reason why, because I know Chantal's new goalpost for me is, well, you don't do weigh-ins. Heck, no, I don't. I do have a home scale, but I trust bariatric scales more still. So
Yeah.
when I go to my doctors, I go by that, and I'm not bringing a phone into the doctor's office. A, it's rude.
That would
B,
be
a lot of
rude.
people don't appreciate that, and I believe in HIPAA. So no, I'm not gonna do a weigh-in like that because A, I think mentally, when you get so hyper focused on standing on that scale, whether you get excited about a quarter of a pound loss like Amber Lynn does from time to time, or you have a major loss, it becomes a hyper focus so much that when you don't lose weight, you use that as an excuse. I don't want to break my routine, so I'm not constantly hopping on the scale.
Yeah.
I'd much rather let the doctor say, oh, your weight loss is steady, you're doing good, than to put that in my head all the time. You know, I think it's a game they play. And I said earlier this morning, another person streamed that I do believe that Amber Lynn should be at 1,500 calories per day because she's not as active. It wasn't to say that she shouldn't eat more, but because she and Foodie are so sedentary that the only way I could see them lose a significant weight is to reduce the caloric intake.
Well, actually, hang on, because I think we've covered it. We've covered it before. I don't know if you've been here for it when I've done it before. Hang on,
I
but
think I've
let's
seen some of your calculations.
but
I'm
let's
not gonna show my blood.
let's do it one more again.
Yeah.
She's 33.
Oh, I love that.
Was she
website.
5'1"?
She
Yeah,
says she's
she's
5'1".
5'1". And
Okay.
what was the last
Said 488. I'm gonna
Yeah.
let her go on that.
All right, we're gonna give her the grace on it, even though I think it's bullshit. But here we go. Her basal metabolic rate is at 3,000.
Yeah.
To stay where she's at right now, that's not anything beyond basic life function. Oh, wait a minute.
I need to eat
Most
something.
says she's 5'3". Let's see.
Okay.
Well,
I
that
need
only,
to get
Same height
something.
as me.
that only bumped her by 20 points or so. Yes, look at that. 4.2. Yes, ma'am. That's
I
what
do
I'm
need
talking
to get something into me right away because I'm not supposed to be that low. Because
Now I tell people all the time because I'm
wait,
actively
Wait,
trying to get
I had
back.
it for male. My bad. I had to set them in. So just under 3,000.
Yeah. I tell people all the time because I'm trying to get back to my goal weight healthily and steadily. I don't. It is very rare for me to go over 1,600 calories per day now because I have a set diet that I've been sticking to. And even my snacks like popcorn, not butter, just regular original Meyer popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
It's enough. These girls, the amount of food they eat, they remind me of those days where I was eating my sorrows, when I ballooned up to 512 pounds, where I didn't care about how much I was putting in me. And I see in them that me from over 20 years ago. But the difference is they're at an age now where it's going to really start making them fall apart faster.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Handy. She's a sweet lady from what I heard, but everything she's putting into herself, it's detrimental.
Well, with Candy, it's not like a rebellious thing on her part. She has like some really, really heavy duty trauma on board for her. And so there's that. And then add on to it that when she has tried to make positive changes, her viewer counts dive. And she's kind of relying. It is really tied into it for her. And it's been said a couple of times, and I think I actually said it to Gigi at one point when I talked to him live, that if she'll give herself time, eventually those views and her subscriber count will go through the roof because people want an underdog.
They want to see success over struggle. And I think the thing is, you panic when that's your main source of income. All right, Goose. I
Hang
just
on,
feel,
y'all. I think somebody done set my damn alarm off on my car.
uh-oh. I was just saying though, I feel like with Candy that uh, it's because so much of her income is dependent on feeding herself like that it's hard for her to see that she could keep striving, and that eventually those who fell off because they only wanted to see her eat will fall off, but she'll have a whole new bunch of supporters. I think the reason why it's hard for me to watch her is the sounds and stuff that she makes with eating. And as a New Yorker, it's not wired in me to listen to somebody eat like that. I don't want to hate on mukbangers, but even the skinnier mukbangers from like the people that started in Korea, I've just never been into the sound of chewing. I can't.
Weirdest thing ever. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that, y'all. I don't know what happened. There wasn't nobody out there.
Yeah, alarms are crazy like that.
I trust. Believe me, I know.
Yeah, I was just telling them I
You see, I
don't
was
like
like,
things like that.
I was trying to make sure that it was mine before I just got up and ran out that way.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I just like I don't want to insult anybody that enjoys mukbangs or does them and gets enjoyment out of them. I just never enjoyed that content. Like I know some people found Nikocado entertaining.
I can't.
After a few moments of
He
listening
is
to
just
their
so
whine,
aggravating.
yeah, I just couldn't do it.
He's just so
And I
aggravating.
know a lot of it is comedy to him, but what he put his body through was so dangerous, and he gets mad at people for pointing it out. And I never interest me.
Well, and with all the stuff with him with what's her name? Susie Choi? Not Choi.
Yeah. I forget that little lady that they were going back and forth because I seen that on T Channel.
Susie. I mean, he comes across like the nicest way I can think to say. He's a dick. Okay. And it was there were two of them. It was her and another guy. And I just couldn't. I was like, dude. I'm like, why? I'm like, why would you do that to somebody when they specifically told him, look, we don't want to talk about this. We just want to get together, do this video. And he went out of his way to drag it out and to force them to have to talk about it when they didn't want to.
Back then in YouTube, it really was all about views and stuff too. There was so much blood in the water for sharks too.
I mean, that was recent. That was like within the last couple of years. Zach Choi.
Yeah. Hey, Mudslicker.
Mudslicker's always kind of here it popping in and out.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Abby.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody.
Abby. How are you, darling?
Hey, dear.
Your boyfriend come through not long ago. You missed him.
Aww.
You're getting a mukbang.
Jinx is her family.
I mean, booze shakes and stuff are a staple in our house too, because sometimes it's like I don't feel like food, but I still have to have some kind of protein in me, and I'll grab a shake or a bar at any time. Because Nature Valley makes some really good bars.
See, I have like mastered like high protein, cheating at high protein.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know I uploaded it. Did you see the one on like the protein mousse?
Oh, I gotta watch that one.
Girl, the version that's in that video is like a Reese's peanut butter cup mousse.
Oh,
it is so rich, but you can do it with like banana.
Oh, okay.
And have it tastes just like banana pudding. But the peanut butter cup one, it is so rich that you can only do a little bit of it at the time because you're like, whoo. Yeah. But it's no sugar in it at all. And the whole container is like 65 grams of protein.
Nice.
Yes.
And see, I tell people all the time that's why I love that Girl World has creators like Salty and stuff too, because there's stuff we can share I know both the girls have more of a sweet tooth than I do. I've always been more of a savory girl,
Yeah.
but they could really learn ways to eat better and still have fun doing it.
Right.
But
Right.
they refuse. They think they're the only girls in the world going through this.
Since savory is more your thing, I got one for you. The Quest protein chips. If you've never had those, you really want to try them.
I'll have to look into those too, because every once in a while I'll have some chicharrones because they're good. Like they're pork rinds. So I know some of my friends that don't touch meat, they'll be like, "Oh no, Tin," but because of the needs for both protein and iron in my system, I tend to lean towards non-chip snacks like that to get me
Well,
that.
those are good for just for like a supplemental protein boost only, because
Yeah.
like a bag of them has got 20 grams of protein in it.
Oh, nice.
I do the ranch ones, and they taste kind of like Doritos to me. And then the protein ones, and I've had a couple of people at work, they're like, "What are you eating?" And I'm like, "Protein chips." I'm like, "Do you want one?" And they were like, "Yes." And they're like, "Oh, that's actually really good."
Yeah. You'll
They
be surprised.
yeah, yeah. I've and the Quest peanut butter cups, like the actual Reese's peanut butter cups, them puppies are good too. I was surprised.
Yeah. And my brother-in-law got us drinking the bubbly stuff because every once in a while I need some carbonation for gas. And there's lemon sorbet, there's mango. Yes. I love those now because I
I just
can't drink
couldn't get into
soda.
them.
This syrup just makes me queasy. So I need something that was carbonated every once in a while without the heavy syrup. And those have just hit the spot.
I tried a few different ones, and I just wasn't able to get into them. They were just kind of flat tasting to me.
Yeah. The
So
lime one was a bit too, it had a weird taste, but I liked like the lemon and the orange creamsicle was really good.
I mean, it's gonna sound wild, but I imagine. I mean, the lemon lime bubbly, like I said, it had that same flat, but at least it didn't taste like the unicity.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
I couldn't
you are
even.
Couldn't
still so brave for
have,
that.
couldn't have got no worse than that.
My Rockstar has my two favorite is the Mandarin Orange Zero, and the absolute best one, and I'm like right on line with you with this, Blair, is anything lemon or lime, like
Yeah.
lemonade style.
Oh yeah.
The
I'm a
Rockstar
citrus
Zero
girl.
lemonade. And the problem is I believe it's my rovastatin. I know that I mispronounced that. You can totally like drag me for that one, sweetheart. I can't have grapefruit because of it. So the grapefruit bubbly,
Yeah.
oh my goodness. Like I'm like, thank you for giving me a hint of it.
Yeah.
And pomelos, I don't know if you've like, oh, people. Oh, seriously, pomelos are like the greatest freaking thing ever. Ever.
Exactly.
Oh,
There's just so many good flavors out there, and I feel like the girls are always about what they have to give up.
yeah.
I'm gonna miss this, I'm gonna miss that, instead of going, I'm not really giving up, I'm just replacing. There are
Yes,
plenty of things they can replace.
wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've said it more than once. I'm gonna eat good for me, but by God, I'm gonna eat good.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
don't
Yes.
think you can
sacrifice
be.
taste to be able to eat, to be able to be healthy. I'm flat not.
And that's what I was saying on the bike earlier when I did the fit bong. Dr. Balder was really direct. He goes, I want you to change your patterns because I know being in your family makeup, being from a big family, living in the South, because I was in South Carolina at the time, you are going to be around food. It's not to keep you from eating, it's to get you eating smarter.
Yeah.
And it helps a lot. Now I can bake, I can make big holiday meals, and I don't feel like I got to engorge myself till I'm sick.
Yeah.
And that's therapy, that's having good doctors, it's having a support system. It's
Mhm.
not to make you hate food, it's to make it where food isn't a constant soothe or a crutch. And
Right.
the girls don't want to hear that because that's their dopamine hit right now.
You ready to get into frying some heifers?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
wrangle some
haven't
heifers.
done it. I will say ahead of time, if I get snarky, just be prepared because I can
You're
get
fine.
very snarky.
Hey, We deal in snark here.
PhD in snarkology from Petty University, both me, Salty, and you. So you're good company.
All right. Let's start with the full on Delulu here.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let me make sure my volume is up here. You ready? We're starting right along in with the I'm so proud, you guys.
At all, but I have been off track the last couple of days, and the reason why I wasn't tell you is just because like, I feel like there's so much judgment. Like I have been doing really good, and still people are judging so hard. I have lost a good chunk of weight, and
I don't consider what she's lost a good chunk of weight. Not in comparison to being a quarter ton, ma'am. I mean, come on.
My opinion, my body feels that way, like my brain feels that way, my soul feels that way. Like I feel like it's been a really good, sorry, there's like lint, cat hair and everything else. Anyways, I feel like I've lost a really good amount of weight each month so far in 2024 when I said, I'm going to get on track, I'm going to do this thing. I said I wanted to lose 100 pounds this year, and so far,
never gonna happen.
I am on the path to doing so. Even though I've been doing really good, it's just like still there's so much judgment, and it's making it like hard for me to want to like vocalize moments like this where I feel vulnerable and I know that I have done not the greatest, and I kind of just want to talk about it and be open about it, but it's like so hard to do because there's backlash for me being human and making mistakes and not being perfect. As someone who has struggled with food for a majority of their life, I'm literally 33, like it's gonna happen. Like I'm gonna be making mistakes.
I feel like I'm staring at my teenager when she says stuff like that because yes, humans make mistakes, honey.
Yes,
but you're taking a little pound loss like you just did a 10-mile marathon and dropped 50 pounds.
Not even a pound. She'll be counting 0.6 of a pound. Yeah. It's like, ma'am, that's the difference between a soda and a bottle of water. What the fuck? I just
And you don't want to diet shame because then they use that. Oh, they see, this is why I can't lose weight because people are cracking on me. And it's like, no, it's the fact that you keep talking about you're messing up, which everybody has a moment where they stumble. You are constantly doing this, and it's not funny anymore.
It's perpetual self-sabotage.
Yeah,
there's nothing cute about it.
There's a level that you get to when you take accountability for what it is that you want to do. Mm-hmm. And when you decide that it's different, it's just going to be different this time and it's going to stick. It doesn't matter what it is that you're actually doing, be it losing weight or starting a new, workout routine or breaking up with somebody's friend relationship, whatever it is. To start setting boundaries, you have to be honest with yourself. First and foremost, it is always, it doesn't matter what she tells everybody else. It's what she's deluding herself with. She will never get beyond this until she is honest with herself. And that's why her and Chantel and everybody else that is in that mindset doesn't want to. Because it's too hard to say, I'm the one that's doing this. I need to put down my fork. And it's not just the fork. It's, I've been doing this to myself. I need help because it's not working with just me. It's not just in my head.
And to add to that, the being proud and needing the head patch for doing bare minimum. Yeah. She needed somebody that loved her enough to be tough with her because honestly speaking, tough love does help sometimes. They don't have to be abusive with it, but she's not doing much and she knows she's not, but she'll take any little bit and act like she's did the world.
The part that gets me is it doesn't really matter to her what happens to her, what's said to her. Like remember when she said the doctor flat out said to Becky, if she doesn't do something now, she won't be here much longer. And her response was, I clapped. Are you fucking serious? This guy's telling you that you got a foot on a banana peel just short of the grave, ma'am. Would that not be enough to wake up a normal person? What does that say about how ill you are? and that's part of why ALR is so damn infuriating to me, because she has, and even though she tries to say she don't, you can't tell me old girl ain't got enough money to send herself to inpatient somewhere. You can't tell me that she don't.
Exactly. But I think the thing with having a doctor tell her that too, I don't think she registers it. It's just a game to her with it. Both her and Chantel really needed their families being the ones not coddling them and being tough with them, and they did not have that. I know ALR
Mhm.
situation with, she was with her grandma, then she got put out, so it's a little bit different than Chantel. But now her mom's her best buddy. Instead of being a mom and saying, "Hey, you're in danger, girl. I want you to be here. You need to get it together." And Chantal's mom has always coddled her. So they are in like a horrible situation
Yep.
versus like my family was straight up military, and they told me, unless you're going to draft a will for us to take care of your son, you need to get your shit together because this is too
Mhm.
much weight on you. You will die. And I know they weren't being mean at this time because these are people that played the dozens. They were dead serious because they wanted me to live. And these girls don't have that.
It was the equivalent of like, that conversation was the equivalent of like an intervention of sorts.
Yeah.
And I mean, for somebody like ALR, I mean, she doesn't, and I've said this, and I know everybody else sees it. And it applies to Foodie too. They don't have the capability of actually forming a real and true emotional bond with another person.
Nope.
It is all transactional.
Yes.
Quid pro quo. Yep.
Is it beneficial to them? If it is, they're down for it. If it's not, you're never going to hear from them again. And if you hear about them, it's going to be her dogging them out.
But I will actually add to that as well, that if somebody else benefits better than them, they can, it's like Becky was benefiting because Becky didn't have to work. I'm using this as an example.
Yes.
But the second that Becky started to thrive in absolutely any way, Amberlynn was the first one to knock her down several thousand
Yep.
pegs.
Yep.
And if you are on the ride with me, you're allowed to be on the ride with me, but you're always on the ride here, and I'm always here. And you're going to be reminding me of how pretty I am and how smart I am and how funny I am and how good I am and how skinny I am and how much money I make and how much all of these things are. But you are my peon.
Mm-hmm.
Funny how Salad wants to do that.
And that's another thing that kind of lets you know too, that her choice in partners, girlfriends, maids, whatever the hell you want to call them, are intentional. She picks people that, number one, are usually weak people.
Yeah.
She has some sort of advantage over them. It's always the money in the end, but there's always some sort of personality advantage she has over them too. I mean, no offense to Destiny, but Destiny's not the brightest bulb, and she kind of took advantage of that. Same way with Becky. Now, the only reason we can't say that 100% about Wifey is because we didn't actually get to see her or see how they interacted with her. But Wifey had enough good sense that when she said, "Nope, I'm going to keep working," I was like, "Oh, she sees you. She's been new about you."
Yep. And financial control is such a dangerous trap to get pulled into. I tell people all the time, it's why I don't understand Chantel talking about, I just want a man that's controlling and all these Muslim and Arabic stereotypes that she's the one putting out there.
Yeah.
When I escaped my previous relationship, I made it clear to my now husband that while I love our joint account, I always have to have my own bank account just in case shit goes kittywampus, because I don't ever want to be in a situation again where a man can look me in the eye and say, "You'll never survive without me," because I know what that feels like. And with Chantel trying to say that she survived that with the Canadian crack demon, as I call him, and then going to put her money in Salah's hands, I'm just like, no, it don't math. There's no way I would give up that kind of control to be able to escape if I need to escape.
Absolutely not.
I will also response to that is, I have mentioned this in like Frenchies and other times. When I got away from my final abuser, I had been taken out of Canada. And while I was out of Canada, I didn't have any bank account. I didn't have anything other than my passport. And I literally had to run to different countries to get away from him so I could make it back to Canada. And I restarted my entire life with $75 Canadian, which is like $1.50 for you guys. So it's like, it wasn't great. And yes, I was just kidding because it's a little bit more than $1.75, but yeah. But where I was going with that is when people try to use abuse as a tool for sympathy,
that pissed me off. I'm not gonna lie.
Same.
I get severely offended for every voice that isn't heard.
Yeah.
And
so many don't make it.
Exactly. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't have a lot of teeth because of a lot of stuff that's happened in my life. I can go on and on. Like, March is the worst month of the year for me. I'm out of March. So, like, you guys are getting the best of me for the rest of the year. Like, I get through that damn month and I'm like, I shine. But getting to that stage, I have to be honest with myself. And I have to say, like, there are so many different things that put me in this path.
Yeah.
But I stopped and I took responsibility and I said, I'm not going to be a punching bag. I'm not going to be called it. And Chantal has no idea what abuse is as far as relationship. I will say, yes, she was that person who did that to her when she was 15.
Yes.
Very wrong. The person should have went to jail. That is a totally different situation. The fact that she laughs about it diminishes everything that every person that is under 18 years of age, she thinks it's funny. She thinks it's a joke.
Yeah.
Which is why she can co-sign Karate Joe, Cyrax, Kaya, until Kaya
and Scatman.
Exactly.
Those fantasies.
Until those people become like a nasty in other people's eyes, then she's like, oh, okay, well, this is the issue. No, bitch, they have been all along. You actually accept them. That's on you.
And then both of them have been recently detailing mental health stuff, which I'm not going to say they don't have that, and I'm not going to dismiss their trauma, but you shouldn't be using that as a shield. Pix never uses hers as a shield. I don't use what I've went through as a shield. And we both, all of us probably have some form of both mental trauma and stuff that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis.
Wholeheartedly.
I don't understand why these girls think they're so unique in it. But I don't like the fact that they throw out terms like, oh, I've got borderline personality disorder, or I got this and that. And you're not officially diagnosed because a therapist will not diagnose you. A psychiatrist will. And that's why I said that this morning, because I'm officially diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. I had a psychiatrist explain to me what a sociopath was, because when she first told me, I freaked out because I always thought sociopaths were like serial killers and stuff. I had no idea that there was an element to it where I just don't want to deal with humans the way normal people do.
Right. And I mean, a prime example of, desperation for being able to claim anything is, oh, this is the worst pain I've ever felt, every time she gets broke up with.
Yeah.
For ALR. With Foodie, it's just flat out acting out and you're a dick and you got the smallest pecker on the planet. That's normal for her. But with ALR, it's like, tell me you've never experienced anything without telling me.
Exactly.
You have no idea what real loss looks like.
I left. Oh, go ahead, Pix. I'm sorry.
All I was going to say is, like, to go along with yours, I have been several different psychologists, psychiatrists, therapists, a bunch of different ones. So just to lay it all out for everybody, I have borderline and bipolar. I'm also FAS, which is I'm in that small, absolutely small bell curve side of I don't show as FAS, but I've got a lot of internal neurological and physical issues. Like I have a hole through my eardrum, and my liver is the size of like an 8-year-old's, and a bunch of stuff like that. So there's a bunch of things. Anyways, I say this only to say that it's not something that anybody knew before I said it, because I control my depression. My symbol, my avatar is my avatar for a reason. It's the don't quit, which is the self-deletion. And I've never, ever minced words about that. That is the only thing that I did want to flat out say is the thing that pisses me off the most about Chantal, and I will never forgive her for, is not only was that story a lie that we found out was a lie,
Mm-hmm.
but that somebody would fake that for attention.
Yes.
When
I said the same thing on Hannibal's.
Without being really, really dramatic about this, the first time I tried, I was 3 years old. So I take this shit seriously. And most 3-year-olds don't remember, or most adults don't remember what they did when they were 5. I remember a lot of things that I don't really think that anybody wants to know about. What I'm getting to is the fact that when you use certain things as a manipulative tool to get attention, come correct.
Yeah.
Be honest.
Hey, tragically, dear. And just like I said, and years ago, I wouldn't have been able to talk about that either, Pick. So, yeah.
And I want the community to know that, yes, we have scars. Yes, we have our issues. Yes, we have our histories.
We have all we're not proud of.
And at the same time, you know what? If I didn't go through absolutely everything that I have not gone through, I physically wouldn't be sitting in this spot right now talking to you.
And thriving.
And thriving. And that's the big thing. I have 3 plants that I have kept alive. And I know that this might sound silly. Pharrell turns 6 years old next week.
Did you say Pharrell?
Yeah, his name's Pharrell because he came to me in a little happy face mug. And then I have Juggy, who is a coleus, so Cole F. Sprouse.
I love
and
that.
then
so awesome.
My spider plant is Peter. So yeah, I have Pharrell, Juggy, and Peter, and I've kept them all alive.
Adorable.
See, I have never thought to name any of my plants.
Oh God, I name everything. I name like this. My laptop, her name is Aura, and this is my mini Fiona because she was the first iPhone that I ever had. And
awesome.
I will just add one last thing. You can make the happiness in your life,
yes,
by the people you surround yourself with. And if you're surrounding yourself with people who are constantly going to keep you under that cloud, you're never going to thrive, which is why I love this fucking community. And I love Frenchies because they get the snark and I get the sass and I get the love. And I also have community. I have a voice. I have support, and I can give that support as well.
Exactly. You know, one of the reasons I started talking up more about my past and stuff, because I know people get accused of trauma dumping on here. People get accused of using it for pity and sympathy. And I always preface, I'm not saying this for sympathy. I just want you to see the goal of somebody who went from struggle to survive. In fact, last night when I was writing, that song by Destiny's Child, Survivor, came on, and I tell my husband, I played that song for years after I left my ex before him because he wanted me to be so low without him, just struggling with the baby and not being able to live on my own. And I teared up listening to that song last night because I remember being like that. I spent 12 years by myself because I did not want a partner. I didn't want anybody in my life. I didn't want to be one of those women that's like, oh, I got to have a man. I didn't want anybody harming my baby. I don't think these girls understand that being alone is something that you can do to build your self-worth. That way, when you get into a relationship again, it's what you want and it's with somebody that will set your standards. But they don't have standards. It's all superficial for them.
Kalari, I've got one that I want to send you that I think you might like. I mean, the guy talks about sobriety in it, but the chorus of it, I'm not going to hate myself no more. Baby, I ain't perfect, but I'm putting that work in.
Yes.
And I'm not the same that I was before. And I'm never going to be perfect, but I'm still hurting, but I'm a stronger version.
Yeah. I love stuff like that.
I listen to that song all the time because I relate, because like I've heard a lot of his backstory, and he is very open and honest about who he is. A lot of people don't like him, but I'm like, you know what? I don't care about that. You know, if I connect with you and you speak to me and I can relate, then, you know, it's just like, okay, I don't really worry too much about the other stuff.
Let's be honest. A lot of people in the creative space, whether it's music, writing, acting, they're humans and they fucked up. I don't know a musician that I personally loved, especially since I like a lot of people from 20, 30 years ago that didn't have some demons in their closet. So,
yeah, no. I'm one of those people that, you know, I look at it as every one of us are beautifully broken in our own way. And whether or not it's all dependent upon how we put ourselves back together. I mean, and I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's a type of pottery in China where when they break something, they smelt it back together with gold, and then they continue to use that pot or that dish or whatever, because they say there's more beauty in the damage than there was prior to it being broken.
Yeah.
And I can firmly agree with that. The problem is, like with these ladies, is that they would not only rather leave it broken. There you go. Tragic is on it tonight. She's on it. She's on a wavelength with me.
Smart. Yeah.
She's so smart. Yep. See that. But these girls not only want to keep that plate or that bowl or that dish broken, but they want to pick up the bigger pieces and smash them and make them even smaller, you know, so that they can make the mess even bigger. And it's just like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah.
Why?
One of the things that I've actually got planned is some of the scars. I wanted to actually have them connected with the gold because they are, and I wanted to make it a full bracelet. So that's kind of like, if somebody's just looking at it quickly, they're not going to see what it is, but they're going to be able to see that, like the further somebody looks. You know.
Yeah. And I think when you have that substance, when you have been through stuff and you're still here and you understand that life isn't about being perfect, it's just about finding your level of content and moving forward. When you have stuff to look forward to outside superficial, it gives you better perspective. And I think the older we get, normally you start to really see that. The attitude that especially ALR and Chantal had, I could excuse that if they were in their early 20s, even like mid 20s. But these are 30 and now 40-year-old women who they've learned nothing from their life lessons because they don't want to.
No, they don't.
Yeah. What bothers me is that they continue to fight with people, calling them haters and stuff, because we won't fall for this superficial pushing nonsense. That people are just tired of the lack of substance and character that they both present as normal. And I tell Chantal all the time, I don't hate you because I don't know you. I know whatever face you want to put on the screen at the moment. I hate your antics. I've made it clear. Her antics drive me up a wall because I've dealt with wanting to unalive myself. I've dealt with SA. I've dealt with DV. I have gone through mental health stuff, but I'm stronger because I'm still here. You're stronger because you're still here. Pix is stronger because she's still here. it doesn't make sense to sit there and be like, I still want to be a child. Some of us didn't have the kind of childhood that we would harken back to wanting to be a child at all.
Absolutely not.
I love my independence. I'm a Gen Xer. I've been an adult since I was 8 years old.
Yes.
I cannot imagine wanting to go back to where I have no control over my life. And to watch her say that and say things like, well, you know how it is. I could sleep till 3 p.m. No, never.
Well, I mean, and I'm gonna say this about that whole I could sleep forever. It's like, first off, you do understand that that's time you don't get back.
Yeah.
It's also diabetes related.
You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I have my days where I don't sleep well, and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I'd slept more. But at the same time, I'm the same one that I'll be like, I'm running on B vitamins, caffeine, and Jesus today, y'all. We just gonna keep on trucking.
Exactly.
This is just how it's gonna be, because stuff's got to be done. I can't just lay around all day and sleep the whole day away.
And even if I didn't have like my husband, my son, and everything else, being up during the day for a creative mind, or sometimes even being up late at night, it's vital. I don't want to sleep the day away because I can go outside and get inspired by something.
Yeah.
I can hear somebody singing and be like, oh, I see a scene in my head. I can't even understand, even after I left the traditional job force, wanting to be asleep all day, getting up and eating and complaining in front of the camera that, oh, I got nothing to talk about, guys.
Yeah. And that's like, I mean, even though, and I know you probably heard me say it a couple of times, like Hannah was like, yeah, she's a reaction. I'm like, I'm not a reaction channel. I'm not a reaction channel. I'm not going to spend all day talking about these psychopaths and having them derail me. No, thank you. I mean, will I talk about it? Absolutely. I tell people all the time, I'm like, I'm just a rando that talks about shit that I feel like talking about. That's basically all, you know, and most of what I'm doing is kind of like what you're doing, Kalari. I'm just kind of putting stuff up as stuff happens and talking about what I feel like talking about, and,
Exactly.
you know, all of that. And I mean, obviously, hey, first off, you quit that.
I mean, I know folks like me calling out the heifer, and I don't mind every once in a while calling out the heifer, but I, like on my Twitch, I talk about news and politics. I love talking about social issues, and I like fun. I was originally going to react to like classic Try Guys without a recipe, because I love those guys. I love how they mess up cooking. It just cracks me up. I can't constantly deal with the toxic girl world all the time. Yeah. It drains you.
Yeah, I mean, and that's that. I actually, and I've said it a couple of times, I was like, you know, I'm like, I get it. My personal uploads are not, they're not going to get near as many views as the girl world content. Fine, whatever. I get it. You know, I am a nobody in the grand scheme of the great wide world, and for the most part, I am unproblematic, and that is what makes me uninteresting. If I came on here and just acted a flat ass, everybody and their brother would be like, "Oh shit, she's going off. Let's go over there." But that's just not my nature. If they had known me 15, 16 years ago when I was at the height of alcoholism, oh yeah.
Yep.
I could have been a cow like that.
Oh yeah. 20 years ago, when I was like at my worst, when I was down bad, I was so glad there wasn't a YouTube, because a lot of us that were struggling would have been just exploited by, and I don't want to put it all on the audience, because a lot of these ladies know what they're doing too, but there are people out there that they just want a shit show.
Agreed. And I'm going to tell you, and I said this the other day at Pixley over there, leaving me such sweet comments on the one video, and Tabby boohoo crying. I'm literally sitting there reading it going, because, you know, I was already in my feels that day. And then she's just like, look at you. She's like, this is what people need to see. This is what comes of living a good life. I was like, oh my God. I was like, oh, I'm already in my feels. Oh, I can't take it. You know, and I knew she meant it. And she actually said it later that night. She's like, it's true. And I'm like, well, I appreciate that, you know.
But that's why Pix is a real one. And I say it all the time. Those of us who've been through it, we're not looking to make a bunch of enemies anymore. We have enough. I'm not going to act like I haven't hurt people in my past, all I can do now is try not to be the old me.
Yes.
And I think people don't understand that. I've never called myself a good person. I will never. People want to call me that because of the way I treat them now. That's on them.
Yeah.
I know me. I am very chaotic neutral. I'm very, once I am done with you, I'm done. I don't talk about you. You are no longer in my life. And I know I've hurt people because of how easily I can cut them off too. So I just get annoyed when I hear, "Oh no, I'm a good person," or the
Oh, that
fake
hurts
act
me.
that these girls put on the in front of the camera. Because if you're good, you don't have to tell anybody. If you're
Right.
decent, you don't have to tell anybody.
It's the same way with the I'm gonna dip back to squeaker real quick. It's the same way with sobriety. If you sober, you ain't got to yell it. You can
Yep.
show it. People see it. People hear it. People notice. And that's just kind of like that's the position that I take on it. And I mean, and I don't give your mama a lot of credit, but he said it. And he actually did one reaction to me. And he said, he says, I'm reacting to this video. He says, but I've gone back and watched others of hers. He says, you know what she doesn't do? He says, she's not perpetually on a cycle of all the shit that she did wrong when she was drinking. He says, she's not talking about the problem. She's talking about how she's living in an entirely different avenue of life, which is doing without the alcohol and doing without the damage that she's done. And I was like, holy shit, that is probably the biggest compliment I think he has ever given anybody, that he was just like, I can't find no fault in this. I was like, damn.
You know how I feel about all these Montel, but I will say that that's good that he noticed that, because a lot of people they think it's an insult, and it's like, you live that life, so you're not being insulted. They can accuse you of what they want, but you're not going to get mad because you know where you are.
Well, not only that, but I take responsibility for the things that I've done.
Exactly.
And a part of making amends is doing everything I can to not be that person anymore.
Yep.
I mean, making amends person to person is a big deal, but you have living amends where you're like, okay, I intend to be the best possible version of myself that I can be in this moment. And I am choosing to do that versus being who I was.
Yep.
And a lot of people
you can look back over your shoulder, but you're not going backwards.
I tell people, even if you fall on your face, dear God, at least you're making forward motion.
Yeah.
So I have two little quick points. Number one, there is, and I'm going to bastardize it. I'm really sorry. You can look it up for specifics.
It's okay.
There is a quote that Doctor Who says, and I'm a huge, huge Doctor Who, like, oh my God, huge.
I was years ago.
There is one that Matt Smith's version of the Doctor. Somebody says, "Oh, I'm not important," and his actual reply was, "In my 900 years," paraphrase, "I've never met anybody who wasn't important." So you're taking that back. You're going to eat your damn words on that one. And there you go. With love. The second point was, tragically had mentioned the spoon theory. If nobody knows what the spoon theory is, I actually, and Claire is going to be like, yes, Dandy. Instead of the spoon theory, I go with my own that I've created, which is classes potions, because you have different things, whereas the spoons are very specific. Call me a Patty, I'll never be. Oh yeah, no, I'm never gonna call you Patty, sweetheart. No, we're on the same page. Trust me. I don't watch people. If you don't see me in somebody's chat, there's a reason. So I'm gonna say. The ADHD is sinking in my brain. Yay. So yeah, autism and ADHD as well. By the way.
You're fine, honey.
Totally fine.
There's something else. What else was the other point? What was I talking about?
You were talking about the spoon theory.
Thank you, sweetheart. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Potions. So, because spoons are one specific thing, whereas the potions, you have the healing potion, you have the mana, or like your health revive. and you've got your potion of like remove poison and all that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So if you look at it from that perspective, when you have run out of your healing potion, you can't heal anything more. So you can't put a band-aid on a fart, and you can't put a band-aid on a bullet hole, because it doesn't work for either of them. So if you've got the flu, don't use a band-aid.
yeah.
So like that's where I'm going with that. But as far as the spoon theory, it is a really great way of explaining to people exactly how much you have to give of yourself. And for those who don't know, I'm going to be very quick. I can do it like really, really succinctly. For myself, I'll give you the anecdotal as I'm explaining it. Spoon theory is everybody has a certain set of spoons for the day. We're going to start off by saying 24 for the entire day, one for each hour. Okay. I wake up at a 7 out of 10 on the pain scale every morning. Every morning. Head to toe, I've lived with it all my life. So I start at a -7 from the 24. Right off the hop, the second I wake up. And then, because of the ADHD and everything else that goes into it, I have to decide where I'm going to prioritize my time. So people who would naturally wake up, they're going to just not even think about it. They're going to pop the coffee on. They're going to go brush their teeth. They're going to do their shower. They're doing all of these things separately. And by the time they get to their car, it's been 45 minutes. And they're ready to have their day. Yeah. Whereas people who are spoonies and are neurospicies and a bunch of other ones, their big thing ends up being, I am either going to be late for work or I don't wash my hair today. So like throughout the day, you start losing more and more or using more and more spoons. And by the time you get to the end of the day, if you hit a traffic jam, you're like, I can't handle it. And that's when you order a pizza and you sit down and you binge and you do all of that stuff. Exactly. Another high roll. Anyway, so there are so many things about spoon theory that you just exhaust yourself and you literally have nothing left to give. Yeah. So you're borrowing from tomorrow's spoons.
Oh, I've done that plenty of times.
You wake up the next morning and you're already at the deficit of the -7, but you used 13 yesterday. So all of that extra you used trying to get through that insane traffic jam. And then your power goes out because you forgot to pay the bill. Yeah. So yeah, there you go.
And so many like you picks go through that and you keep going because even though you're dealing with all of that, you're not trying to make it seem like, well, because I'm going through this, everybody should just understand, because it's just hard enough keeping yourself going.
Yes.
With the girls, though, it's like, well, I'm struggling. Everybody should understand and pity me. Everybody should give me props for just being here and doing the YouTube. And it's like, that's not how life works. It really isn't.
I'm going to do absolutely nothing, and you're still going to give me money.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to be nasty to you. And you're still going to treat me like the queen that I think I am, even though I have no self-worth. I'm like an abyss soul that just sucks in, take, never give. And if I do give, I make a big deal about it because I want to use it against you. She is a prime manipulator, and that's what drives me nuts, because I can tell you as a sociopath, and I'm very blunt and honest about this, I can pretty much tell which person would give me even if they don't have it, because I am very analytical about that. And that's why I've been very strict with people about, please don't give me unless I ask. I don't want people coming out of pockets unless I really need, because I have seen people do that. I've seen people be manipulated, and it's not fun.
It's stuff like that like, why I haven't done memberships, even though YouTube is perpetually like, you can do memberships. I'm like, I'm not going to do that. Number one, I mean, why would I ask you to pay for something that you're already getting anyway?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just not fair. And I'm not fixing to be one of those types that hides into a member stream just to be able to say stuff when I don't have any problem saying it right now for God and everybody in the whole wide world to see.
Exactly.
And personally, I mean, this gonna sound a kind of way probably, but I don't think that giving somebody badge bonuses is really a perk.
That's what I've been struggling with too.
Now, like the merch thing, that's something is like, if you want it, have at it, whatever. And I gotta quit fucking around and get on that, because I got a whole list of stuff, including my new moniker of the great value brand Yaba.
And with giveaways, I was planning to do them either way, and I don't want people thinking, well, I gotta give her money to be listed. No, you just have to be a participant in the conversation. I don't pick people based on what they give me. That would be weird.
Yeah, it's kind of like the thing with the hats. When I did the hats, apparently somehow or another it got completely misconstrued, and it was said, I think Marty had told Frenchie that I had Foodie's hat, not knowing that I don't have, none of them were Foodie's hats. They were replicas. They were the same thing. They just weren't on her head. And she was like, well, holy crap, she should be like auctioning that off. I was real quick to go in there. I was like, through a super chat, I'm like, it is not her hat. It don't have no Foodie funk on it. It's just the same hat. And I'm not charging for them. I am giving them away to anybody who wants one, just for the sake of having fun. And she was like, oh, okay. I don't want anything, really. I'm not going to ask anybody for anything. This is
one of the, sorry. I was going to say, one of the reasons, and one of the most repeated things I had at me after Heifer blew my channel up was, why did you tell us you had the channel? Why didn't you throw it in the super chat? And it's rude. B, I enjoy people's streams. I want to go there. I want to laugh. I want to kiki it up with everybody else. I got plenty of other avenues that I can self-advertise on. And I wanted to build connection with you guys. I'm not a social climber. I don't believe in that. I wanted people, if they found me, great. If they didn't, that's fine too. But it started to get a bit annoying for me, because they were like, well, you're always in the bigger people's chat. You're always super chatting them. Why didn't you let us know? And it was like, I don't think I should have had to. I think eventually people are going to click on my name because they're going to see, oh, she's super chat. Oh, she's got videos. That's how I went from 2, because I was originally at 2 for the longest time on here, to 6. I did not expect to get higher than 1,000. And I'm going to be 100% honest on that, because I don't do a lot on YouTube still. And yet, because the heifer blew me up, I still get people. And I know we have a lot in the same communities that were mad that I didn't advertise on y'all's channel. I just don't believe in that. And you guys have been so sweet. I've won a salty giveaway. I won a Smoky Stephen Mark giveaway. I've been back and forth with Frenchie for almost a year now, because she's a sweet soul. I know a lot of people think because of the way she drags Chantal, she's just unapproachable. I wanted to reach out to her after the Red Hijab stream because of the stuff that was said about her mother. And it was just, she's a sweet person. That's all I'm going to say about that. From my perspective, she's always been sweet, always been honest about how she feels about the world and life, and she does her own thing. I found Yaba in them because of that heifer too. And while they get into some stuff that I'm just going to listen to this, that has nothing to do with me, because like I said, I can be chaotic neutral in that shit. I feel like too many people think that because I like hanging out in other people's streams that I think people owe me stuff. I don't. It's not quid pro quo. It will never be that way.
Yeah.
And even if I had stayed at the 6 that I was at, I would have been happy, because I'm doing what I want to do.
I'm just kind of like of the position that, and I've said this, I was like, this is really just this is a hangout for me. I mean, I'm going to watch this insanity anyway. It's just more fun to talk to other people about it while we're watching it.
And
you know,
comments are always on point. I love some of the speculation and the stuff
right.
that people share about their lives. I love it when I get comments. People are like, oh, I didn't mean to write you a book in the comment section. I like to read. Leave me those long ass comments. I will read them. I might not get back as quickly as I want, but I read comments. I
I,
feel like people are so afraid to reach out. Don't be.
and I do my damnedest to make sure that I respond to every one of them, because I just feel like that's appropriate. If you've taken the time to share with me, and there are some people that they write like the long paragraphs and they're like, I'm so sorry. And I'm like, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
I would rather you say it and feel like and know that you said what you felt like you needed to say.
Exactly.
And even the guy that told me that I'm still in Yaba's grift, I was like, I'm not trying to be Yaba, but thanks for coming through, my dude. You know,
Same accent. Not even close.
I know, but
Exactly.
you know,
Since opening up about the bulimia, my attempts on certain things, and just some of the stuff I went through, a lot of people have been coming forward with their stories, and I want that. You shouldn't feel afraid to talk your stuff because somebody on YouTube might use it against you. I don't understand that. I would never do that. And I encourage anybody who feels like they can feel safe talking in the community tab or in the comments section, because we don't allow that in our streams. If you share, it's because you feel safe. It's
yes.
not because you know somebody's going to use that against you. I don't play those games.
Right. And I made sure, like, there have been comments like around the giveaways and stuff like that where I've had people say openly, I'm not entirely comfortable because of the whole doxing thing. And I'm like, you will never have to worry about that from me. I don't believe in that. I will never believe in that. It is not okay. What you say to me, what you send me stays between you and me.
Yeah.
Unless you tell me otherwise. And it's just, and there are a couple of people that do send me messages, and they're not all the time, but like every so often there'll be a conversation. It's like, hey, I shot you a message. And it's like, oh, okay. And I read through and then I answer back, and, then the conversation kind of takes a lull and then it picks back up again later. And sometimes that's just the way it is. But I don't mind talking to anybody. I mean, so long as you're not in hell, even the ones that have come through acting a fool with me. I'm like, one of old girls, she took a sock account and said, you look like one of those nurses that did all those dancing videos through COVID. I was like, award emoji. I'm like, this is the best comment I've had all day, with a laughing emoji behind it. I don't care.
Exactly.
I don't care. Come through with it. Come
Yeah.
through with it. It's fine. You're not going to say anything that is going to hurt me.
Yeah.
I can't think of the comedian's name, and he's a young guy. He's real goofy.
Yeah.
But somebody off stage was trying to heckle him and told him he wasn't funny. And he said, is that supposed to hurt me? He says, do you have any idea some of the shit that I say to myself in the mirror every day?
Exactly. I've told people that Tragically has gotten more upset on my behalf than I do from time to time, because she is like my bestie for real. And there have been times where I'm like, girl, I don't even care. Just relax. She knows that if I'm upset, then fine, it's game on. But after dealing with what we both dealt with on Twitter, because literally people were like threatening us and shit, we have come to the understanding that we just don't care. You just get to that point where it's like, life is too short for this.
The way I look at it, like, especially like on Twitter, most of that is people simply behind a screen that number one would never say any of it to your face. And I hate to say it, but it's on here a lot too.
A lot of keyboard warriors.
Yeah, very, very much so. And, wouldn't have the cojones. I mean, we've got the world's biggest keyboard warrior right here on screen, talks a lot of shit behind that camera, but will in person.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And to me, I'm like, first off, if you want to talk about it, you better be about it.
Exactly. I've only had one incident that was really scary from Twitter. This dude, I did everything I thought was right not to set him off. And He got mad at that. I blocked him on both YouTube and Twitter. I told people in my comment section, just don't interact with him. He threatened to show up, and I was still at that point a single mom with kiddo, being very young. He had my address. He said he's going to show up with a shotgun. And it was the first time because I have connections that I don't like to brag about, and I'm not going to be throwing out like an FBI Frank, but having family in both law enforcement, having friends in both law enforcement and military, the moment he made that threat, I had where he worked, where his wife worked, where he hung out at. 2 Marines visited that dude where he was, because I'm not going to give out his information, because unlike him, I'm not unclassy like that, and made it clear that if you threaten her like that again, you don't get a second chance.
Right.
I don't like having to pull stuff like that. But when you tell somebody who's been living on their own, has a child to protect, that you're going to come and shoot me because you don't like the stuff I'm putting on Twitter, you got to take that shit seriously.
Yeah.
And now that I'm with somebody who he completely, not only the most gentlest man I've ever seen, but completely loves kiddo and I, so protective of us. I don't say it to be a big badass. I say it because our home is our sanctuary, and he is not afraid to use whatever he needs to get somebody off of our property. I think people need to stop playing those games because they don't know who they're fucking with. You got people like Chantel who's all talk and no action, and you got people like us who we've survived some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I can bring the crazy. I'm legally crazy.
I have said more than once, I'm like, if when I have said leave it online, because that's where it's supposed to be. When you take it offline, you don't realize exactly how far it goes. I'm one of those people that even if you kill me, I am going to do everything that I can to take you out with me when I go.
Yep. And I think too many people, they take so much. If somebody's talking shit about you, unless they like, because I have lines that I really don't like people crossing. Leave my baby out of your conversation. Leave my man out of your conversation unless you have to, because he can defend himself. But if you're going to talk shit about me, that's you talking about me. Most of the time, I don't know the people talking shit about me. I'm not going to want to know them. If they shoot their shot in my comments and they're not funny, I'm going to let you know. You wasted your time. Bye. Honestly speaking, letting somebody whose opinion of you really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things affect you that deeply, I just don't have the capacity for it.
True. Agreed. Crab apples, thank you for the super chat, honey. Yeah, I do be staying out there with them long ass shifts, girl. Hey, the bills got to be paid somehow.
Oh, yeah.
And then I will just add that Crab Apples has my favorite aquatic baby. I freaking love axolotls so much. When they brought them into Minecraft, I literally felt like my brain was going to explode. I was so happy.
Do you know that somebody had one of these locally here up for sale on Facebook Marketplace? And I was like, they're so cute. I'm like, I wouldn't know how to help. I was like, I end up killing the poor thing. I'm like, I don't know nothing about those.
They make sounds. They're so freaking cute. I just want to.
And I'm pretty sure I'd have to have a whole separate setup because, I mean, I don't think they could just go in a regular fish tank with the fish.
Yeah.
So I was just like, well, I'll leave that to somebody who's a little bit more advanced than me. I'm doing good with my fish, with my little fish tank fish. I'll be all right. I'm trying to be too fancy.
Oh no, I could have an entire conversation of just animals.
Oh, girl, same.
Oh my god, I love.
In the meantime, we want to talk about some buffalo.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's get into the woe is me.
Hello. So, as you can see, I'm ER beezing. I have norovirus, or the bad stomach flu, the highly contagious one. I don't know where I got it. I hope I never get it again. It is the worst illness. I swear, it's disgusting. So I became severely dehydrated, And so I got sick about, I don't know, maybe 3 days ago. I don't remember exactly when, a few days ago. And I woke up in the middle of the night and I had to throw up. TMI, by the way. And then the other end, diarrhea, severe diarrhea. So vomiting, diarrhea, muscle weakness, just fatigue. And want to know a secret?
Well, damn it.
Just my armpits stink. That's why I
The
Shut.
ad gods were just blessing us with a reprieve after all that TMI.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I was in the hospital with a small bowel blockage, and they had to put the GI tube in me. And I took one picture of myself with the GI tube so people knew I was still alive. There is no way I would be taping myself or streaming myself being miserable. I don't understand this.
Can we take a moment to appreciate the irony of under body deodorant spray in relationship? Um, so here's the deal with that right there, crab apples, and there was somebody else, mud slicker. Norovirus is actually it's transmissible, but it's from bodily fluids. I mean,
she spits when she talks.
She
know it. I know it.
Ideally, and I would imagine based on what is going on with her, she is probably in a room by herself. Once they confirmed that she had when they confirmed that she had norovirus, let's be real, right off the get-go, they were like, nope, ain't nobody going in there without gloves and a gown on. They probably treated it about the same way as C. diff, because C. diff is fucking contagious as hell too. And the only time they would probably need to mask her would be if she left the room. Like if they said, hey, we need to do an x-ray, we're doing abdominal CT, whatever, then yeah, they would probably mask her. But, her just being in the room by herself, probably not.
And to speak on that as well from the Ontario side, which is the whole reason why I messaged
Yes.
Salty in the first place, was like, hey, I can give the Ontario perspective from this. And I could launch into a whole other thing. Anyway, what I was going to go with was they would be in full PPE. And not only would they be in full PPE, they would expect her to follow every single step. She doesn't get a choice on whether or not her blood sugar readings are being taken. She's not going to have a choice of when she's getting her blood pressure taken. There are certain things they have to do every single hour.
Yes.
Or the hospital can be, for lack of a better term, malpractice within that range, even though we don't really have that.
It's a standard sort of protocol to the particular issue at hand. Yeah.
Yeah. And she has to be able to do it. And it is Ontario, everybody. She did not do this in the States. She did not. There is absolutely no way that after this part, she would be as calm as she was if she was not sitting in Canada.
And I will tell you, in the States with the blood sugar readings that she acts like is normal, there's no way they would have let her out. I mean, some patients can opt out, I know, from some ERs, but here they're really serious about that. I've never had a non-fasting blood sugar over 100, so I don't know how it is, but my mother-in-law does struggle with it. And when I told her how high Foodies was, she was like, they would not have let her out of the hospital here.
Well, I mean, realistically, and I've said this in a couple of different videos talking about the medical care part of it. I mean, I don't know if this is this way in Ontario. Pix will be able to tell me for sure. Ideally, she has the right to refuse care. That's what the AMA form is for. If you don't want to, if they say, hey, we need you to be admitted so we can watch you overnight, whatever, you would be surprised at some of the stuff, Kalari, that people are like, no, I don't want to be admitted. And you're just like, dude, you could potentially die if you leave. They're like, nope, I want to go home. And you're like, okay, well, here's your advice saying that here's your form saying that you're discharging yourself against medical advice, and more power to you. There are people that, I mean, honestly, the ER is like the highest number of AMA forms out of the entire building, because people come in there, they want to be patched up, they want to be sent home. And when they're told, hey, yo, you need to stay, people lose their crap because they don't want to be there. They've already been there for 8, 10, 12 hours already, and they're aggravated, you know. The part that gets me is that, you know, there's this really big misconception that, oh, well, I'm gonna go to the hospital and I'm gonna heal and I'm gonna rest. You're not gonna fucking rest.
No,
At all.
no.
At all.
Between the monitoring, the blood draws, people checking in on you. I had such amazing nurses in the hospital, but you don't get a lot of rest there. The thing is, I think people don't understand that even then, the ER is just an aspect of some hospitals. It is a temporary. When they admit you, they are sending you to the real deal. And a lot of people, they think, well, no, the ER should just handle it. ER is not there to handle everything. They're there to diagnose and get you where you need to be.
Hi, Blue.
You know.
Right. Well, and I actually broke it down. Like at one point, I was like, think of it like this. You know, they're there to ensure that what you're reporting in for is not going to kill you immediately.
Nice pick.
Much improved.
Much improved. It's all good, everybody. This is what type 2 diabetes is like when it's being controlled properly. Sorry for the snark. My night meds are starting to kick in, apparently.
Oh, you're fine, girl. You're fine. I mean,
you can sign yourself out, and you are going to be signing a piece of paper, but you're also going to have at least one medical professional come to you and ask you so that they can see your reaction. Are you sure that you want to do this? And if you answer with any kind of hesitation, they have follow-up questions. Is somebody telling you you need to leave? Are you having to leave because you have to pick up a child or go to work or do something else?
Or are you in an unsafe situation?
Exactly. There's a bunch of different things. And again, that goes back to legislation.
Yes.
And if it's not taken care of, she acts like this is just some blasé thing.
Yeah, she's treating it like a clinic is what she's doing.
Yeah, because she doesn't have to give all of her private, like all of her stats every time that she does it. And that's the piss off, is she's giving partial information and expecting the perfect results. Hello, child.
And I'm sorry, having a primary care physician is such a game changer. I do not understand how these girls shirk that, because I can call my doctor, even if she's busy, they get right back to me and they'll tell me, oh, girl, okay, do this, don't do that. Get this, don't get that, or come right in.
Yeah.
I do not understand why they wouldn't want that. I know it's a bit harder, apparently, in Canada, but Oklahoma don't have no reason not to have a PCP there.
There are places, there are tons of, like, no. She's so obnoxiously ignorant.
Yeah.
But she's willfully ignorant. You come here. Not everybody got to see your gorgeous.
Nala, she's so cute.
Look at Nala's. Hi, Nala.
Everybody's talking. She's so used to your voices that she just keeps, like, she's wandering around as usual. Because I usually talk to my screen. So that's why she was like, why is people saying my name? What is going on? What's happening? How do people know my name?
I'll tell you, of the behaviors that I see that irks the holy living hell out of me is with Amber. She uses the ER and then she gets pissed off. Well, they said this and then they turned around and said that. And then she keeps saying, I've been misdiagnosed. I've been misdiagnosed. And it's like, nah, bitch, they're not there to formally diagnose you. They're there to give you a tentative diagnosis until you can see your provider.
Yeah. It is up to a provider, and sometimes a provider will still need a specialist to help out as well.
And she She did that same thing when they referred her to, because of the dangling lung. She went to the ER. They told her one thing. The primary told her another. The damn specialist told her a third thing. And then she was trying to say that the ER misdiagnosed her. I was like, no, heifer. The whole point is that they want to ensure that you are not going to drop dead as soon as you walk out the ER door. That is what they're there for. And if there's the possibility that you might, they're going to send your happy ass upstairs so that there's somebody to jump up and down on you to bring you back from the dead if need be.
Exactly. The thing with Foodie that pissed me off last December when she did that ERBs was not only the attitude, like the ER was supposed to have like a concierge service of first come, first serve when it's an ER. Somebody gets severely injured and you're just there because you ate yourself into a diabetic shock. They're going to take the person with the more severe injury first. That's every ER. My mom worked as a phlebotomist in the ER, and she used to have to deal, even as a flea bot, when people complain, well, I had to wait here for hours, and they took some guy in a gurney that was bleeding ahead of me. And she was like, ma'am, the person was shot. We have to put them as a priority.
Right. And I actually, like, there was a whole thing, like, in the video explaining the lab work on her that she posted, where people were asking the question, and I ended up making a follow-up, because people were like, well, why wouldn't they address this? And why wouldn't I was like, this physician is triaging her. He's treating it like a mass casualty event, because that's basically what she is, a mass casualty event in one body. And he's like, okay, what's going to kill her first? Okay, we got to start taking care of what's going to kill her first and what could kill her the quickest. And then from here, we'll deal with everything else from there forward. It's all about prioritizing. I mean, exactly. We can't worry about the bum leg if the blood sugars are nearing the 500s. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just like.
See, I feel like ALR and Foodie are the reason why, even at my size, when I go into the hospital, I sometimes get those people that are shocked that I don't have certain things, that my organs are working and intact, because they can see the damage I've done to myself, but they also can literally, from the blood test and urine test and other stuff they run, realize I'm not bullshitting them. In the hospital, when I did the physical therapy, because I did not want to lay in bed all day. I can't. I get hyper if I have to stay still. So I'll get up and like make my bed and try to walk around. And nurses were like, you should be resting. I'm like, can I just walk around just a little bit? And finally he's like, let's put her in PT. That'll tire her butt out. I don't think people realize that if you're doing the thing, it don't matter what the outside looks like. They can tell by your inside. They could tell by my breathing. I didn't need oxygen. I didn't need any of that stuff. The heart monitor was good. Very rarely did I go past 120 over 80. It's because when you're doing the thing, it shows internally. It really does.
It absolutely does. The numbers right off the get-go, the numbers will always tell on you. There are, and you kind of learn really quickly working in the ER. You only get told about 10% of what you actually need to know. So your assessment skills have got to be really on point. And then from there, I've gone into other arenas that test it, like working in the prison system. Your inmates, their goal is to lie to you, to get as much from you as they can from you. So you're like, boo-boo, based on what you're telling me and what I'm seeing, none of this is correlating. So try again. Math. It's like, try again, sweetheart. Try again.
I think one of the worst was during the during the bowel blockage. Was I was in pain, but because of the stigma that especially people of color get going to the hospital, I didn't want to ask for pain meds. I tried to fight it, and the doctor just looked at me and was like, why do you think you have to suffer because of what somebody else thinks of you? Get these meds. You have a tube down your body. Your bowels are all twisted right now. Nobody here is going to shame you for needing pain medication. But I was so teary about that.
The sad thing is this, it's not just applicable to POC. It's applicable to pretty much across the board. Every demographic is drug seeking at insane levels right now. It is ridiculous. And it's because, you've got the fentanyl, streaming through, kind of hitting everybody with the street meds. And then once they run out of they run out of money for those, they go to the ER and they try to kind of sneak their way through getting something to keep them stable until they can get more money to get actually what they need. And it kind of skews and jades the people in the ER. And I've seen it. I've seen it. I have seen people come in who there was this lady's long since passed away, but she would come to our ER only on specific nights when a certain doctor was there. He never did not one assessment on her. He would walk in the room with her and he would say, "So, do you want your usual?"
Wow.
And she would be just flat affected. Yeah. And you would go through the whole rigmarole of filling out the paperwork. Well, how bad is it? A 10 out of 10. Well, where does it hurt? All over here. One night, this doctor and a different doctor swapped shifts. And the guy that he swapped in, this guy had been an ER doctor for 35 years. And before that, he had been a surgeon for 10 years. And he said, "All right." He's like, "I'll gladly give you whatever it is you need, but we're going to do x-ray. We're going to do blood work. We're going to do urine screen. We're going to do this." And she started cussing him out and said, "I'm leaving. Fuck this, rah, rah, rah." Wow. And we found out that she left from that ER and she drove 3.5 hours away to Jacksonville, to the ER in Jacksonville, to get her meds.
Wow.
The next night, okay, and this is another thing, and I was like, oh my God, how did they not catch this? She was using Medicare and Medicaid in Florida. Okay. One of our x-ray techs went to the next state, like above us, to help out because they had an open shift. He turns the corner into the ER and there this woman is sitting in the ER in the next state over, and she was using Georgia Medicaid for the same thing. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
And it's sad. And it's like I said, I didn't want to come across as that's why I was there. And it was a couple of days in, and I had been suffering for a few nights with the pain. And it was like, I know they understood why I was feeling that way, but I had to learn that nobody there was looking at me like I was just there to get a fix. Because I can deal with pain. I've dealt with pain all my life. I had to give birth without an epidural because they was like she could just power through it. That was 19 years ago. Attitudes were a lot different back then.
Yeah.
But I just didn't want that stigma of I'm only there to get pain meds. I try not to use pain meds at all.
Yeah, same. Well, I'm one of those folks that like pain medication doesn't it doesn't really relieve the pain. It just makes me unconscious.
Yeah.
The very few times that I have had it, you might as well just be putting me in a temporary coma because that's basically all it does. And when I have had to go to the ER, like there was one point that I had an ear infection that was so bad that I ended up with it in my sinuses and the entire side of my face hurt. Couldn't even stand to have air moving across my face. It was that bad. And I walked into that ER and I told them what was wrong, and they looked in my ear and they're like, "Well, do you want anything for pain?" I'm like, "Do not give me anything stronger than tramadol." Yeah. And the guy was like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Yes." I said, "No, two things." I said, "All that's going to do is make me take up your bed for the next 12 hours. I said, 2, I'm in recovery. I don't want nothing stronger than that." I was like, I know that I don't have a problem with it, but I'm not fixing to tempt fate. I said, and I was like, honestly, I've still got to drive 45 minutes to go home. So I'm not, no. And he said, "Okay, well, if you want to, we can give you a tramadol to take with you." And I'm like, so that way you can take it like when you get 15 minutes from home. And I was like, that would be amazing. Thank you so much. And he not only did he give me one to take with me, but he gave me a script for like 6 more to last me a couple of days. And I was really kind of shocked that he did that because I didn't really care too much about that. But I was like, bro, I'm like, you got to give me some antibiotics or something. I was like, I can't deal with this. I was like, I have been taking ibuprofen and Tylenol today. I'm like, it's not even touching it. I was like, the entire side of my face feels inflamed right now. I'm like, and I just can't deal. I'm like, I know I'm not going to be able to function like this. I mean, very rarely am I willing to even take over the counter meds. So when it gets to a point where it's that bad,
Yeah.
I'm going to be like, I'll take something, but you're not fixing to give me nothing serious, because I just can't.
Exactly. Yep.
There were a few complications after my weight loss surgery, and they sent me home with a bottle of hydro, and I had 2 sips of it, like at different times, because the pain was obviously bad. And because usually in Ontario, when you have weight loss surgery, you're in and out within the 24 hours. And
Yeah.
I was in for 4 days.
Mhm.
And my potassium hit 2,000, which I keep forgetting to ask you, why would potassium hit 2,000? Why would there be a reading that high? Because they never explained it to me. And I asked the question, they wouldn't answer. I asked another nurse, she didn't answer. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to not ask. But
That was when you were in the hospital?
yeah, because they were testing my blood, and yeah, it was just after my Roux-en-Y. But they were like, and you're staying in. And I'm like, okay. The blood pressure meds. Yeah. And I was, at that point, I was already off 90%. Like, I'm down to 19 medications. And I realized, saying that out loud, that still sounds like a lot. But it is not 27 anymore. So, yay!
Yeah, and you need medicine to function. If it's for pain, if it's for anything, I didn't want people to feel like I was shaming those who need
Oh, no.
pain meds. It was just my mentals, because of how many people are constantly, they look at my mouth, they think I'm abusing. They automatically assume from my skin color that that's the immediate thing I'm in there for. So I've always had that guard that unless I tell you I'm in severe pain,
Yeah.
I can power through it. That's just my stubbornness with it.
Let me ask, okay, just so I'm narrowing things down here, because I'm thinking on this potassium thing. Well, okay, that was when you were in the hospital?
Yeah, I literally I came out of surgery and I was okay the first night. So before they were going to release me, because they make you sleep overnight one night,
Yeah.
and they were going to discharge me, and they ran all of my labs again. And then there were 3 nurses that ran into the room and were like, stop, you're laying back down, we need to get more bloods in an hour. So at that point, this is why I'm so confused by who's on our screen right now. Like, they were literally drawing blood from me every hour for 2 days, and then kept me a third. Like, so I was there from the 19th, and I went home late on the 22nd. I was supposed to be going, like, I went into surgery at 8:15 in the morning on the 19th. I was supposed to be out by 9:15 on the 20th. And I ended up having to stay all of that day, all of 21, and most of 22, which...
How was your blood sugars when you were there?
They were actually really good, because I had to be on my meds are kicking in really hard. The bariatric drink that I had to take was doing really good. And at that point, I was desperately trying to get within that parameter so I could lose an extra like 20 pounds because of my liver, because I knew that my liver is small, but it was just the start of the non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Like I said before, my liver is the size of like an 8 or 9-year-old.
Yeah.
So,
did you mention anything about, you possibly being dehydrated or anything being wrong with your kidneys?
oh yeah, like my kids, again, that's abuse one, but there is the kidneys are always going to be affected.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm
Then
guessing that it might
Then
have had
likely, then okay, that's kind of why I was having to work through
right.
work
Sorry.
work through everything. And I mean, realistically, if you've got any kind of noticeable kidney damage, it can actually inhibit your ability to process out potassium. So it can cause a buildup in your bloodstream.
Gotcha.
So ideally, you might, because of the situation with having surgery, there may have been some other factors involved in that too that you might not be aware of, but that could be some of it, is your kidneys were just like a little wigged out with everything going on, but you having your kidneys being damaged is pretty solid contributor to that potassium buildup.
Can't see the little thing in bright. Okay.
All right, we want to keep going with the crazy woman here. We didn't even get going good.
I'm very dehydrated. My sodium and the chloride, I don't know. My electrolytes were bad. Like,
They were probably all elevated.
couldn't keep enough water in, like fluids in at the rate they were going out. It's bad. It's bad. Don't come near me. You'll catch it. Anyway, just a quick update.
Ma'am, that was never going to be a problem. Nobody wants to be near her.
True.
Oh no, the arm cuff thing. It hurts.
I want to knock the piss out of her every time she does that.
The blood pressure cuff. Let's see what the blood pressure is. Yellow. I don't know what's going on. Anyways. So I gotta get up a bunch of fluids. Going to the bathroom is torture because I have to unplug everything
Wah.
and take this thing with me into the bathroom.
Hey, Megan.
I'm tired all the time. So I'm just trying to get better. And then we should be able to do a bit of beasing. Yeah, I'm very dizzy. I'm just weak. They want me to try to tolerate food. I haven't eaten in since being sick, pretty much. I tried having like an apple because I don't know where people come with ginger ale soda when you're sick. There's nothing I want more less than soda.
I'm going to say this. My grandmother swore by ginger ale and saltines for when you're nauseous.
That's
I do
because
not
it
understand
works.
Yeah, exactly.
Because she's an aggravating, entitled heifer. That's what the problem is. And I said this. I was like, it was like the last time she was in the ER. Can you believe they brought me orange juice? Bitch, this is not the Sheridan.
Yeah.
Okay? They're bringing you what they got.
Exactly.
They simply want to see how you're going to respond to it. You're not going to have to live off of this the entire time you're there. This is a single momentary just to see if you can tolerate stuff.
Exactly.
Secondarily, is this the same Megan that be acting cuckoo in Monty's lives?
Hey, Megan Fox. I've seen her all over the place.
Is this the girl, the wild woman? Is this the wild girl? She's a mess and a half. If it's the same girl, she's a mess and a half. I just all right, we're gonna keep going.
My wedding ring fell off in the shower. That's because I'm being a skinny queen from the norovirus.
Show us. Show us, Chantal. Just lift your arm. Show us.
She's such a liar. And my whole thing is, my brain just went to one of my favorite persons that normally shows up in chat. It's not a lie if you believe it. She got that from Seinfeld. Yes.
Well, Did you see the short about the shower?
Yeah, I can't wait. I swear to you, word for word, I teased her about it too in one of my videos that she'll never know what it feels like to get slim enough to where your rings fall off your finger. It horrified me because I don't want to lose my engagement and my band that way. But now all of a sudden she's going through that too in the shower. Okay. I don't believe you, Chantal.
Oh, yep, y'all. There's my sister from another mister right there. What's up, girl?
Hey, Amber.
That's my home girl. This one right here have been my ride or die since like the 5th grade. She is a mess and a half too. Don't have no question about it. Kalari, when I was talking about the shower short, people were saying, why is everybody wondering whether or not she actually got in the shower or not? I mean, we're talking about a woman with T-Rex arms who's been using a kitchen shower sink sprayer to wash her butt for the last month and a year and a half. Why? Of course she went in the shower. You know, old girl had a Hershey Squirts blowout, and there wasn't no other way to clean it up.
And she probably smelled because let's be fair, back in the day where she had the villa, the only room in that place that stayed clean was that bathroom. And she swears because she cleaned it, it's like, ma'am, it's because you don't use it. Get out of here with that.
Right. Okay, let me see. Because I saw somebody asking some questions. Let's see. Amber, right there. If this has been said, I'm sorry. Why would she need 6 bags in a short amount of time? Well, I mean, that's going to depend on, number one, exactly how dehydrated she is, how far out of whack her electrolytes are, because your body is basically a system that is all about homeostasis. If you've got too little fluid and too many electrolytes, you want to replace the fluid to kind of balance them out, and vice versa. If you got too much fluid and not enough electrolytes, you want to pull the fluid off to kind of bring them back to medium. You know, your body will actually do all kind of incredible things to maintain something as close to homeostasis as it can get, but it does actually have to have outside intervention. For her, them electrolytes, that blood sugar, sky high, probably through the roof, jacked up, and then extreme dehydration from ongoing nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea and all that stuff. So yeah, they probably pumped her to the gills with fluid. But what I don't think a lot of people took into consideration is even after she got there, she was probably they probably gave her something for the nausea and the vomiting, but they wasn't fixing the load. There was not a whole lot of medication involved, I would bet, for the diarrhea. So she was still losing fluid that way and still losing fluid from urination. So you got a little bit of a mitigation there for a little bit of lost fluid as you're replenishing. If that answers your question. Hope so. Curl. She been giving Slaw from the Goonies for a while now. Where you been? Let's see. It was probably the all-you-could-eat Chinese buffet. Can you imagine how much in her stomach to throw up? Oh my God! She eats to the point where she was literally in physical pain. So
yeah. And I know somebody wanted to defend Chinese buffets and Frenchie's chat with me tonight. And I'm going to say it again. I love Chinese and most Asian food. I can't eat seafood because of my allergies, but I've been to some really great restaurants, including little hole-in-the-wall ones in NYC. I will say it again that a lot of the buffets, especially in more rural and small town areas, they are not giving you their best fare. They want what will sell at the buffet. So there's a lot of more fried stuff, a lot more pastas, a lot less real inspired. Because I think Foodie would turn up her nose at a lot of real inspired Asian cuisine, because a lot of it is vegetables. A lot of it is seafood. A lot of it is healthier chicken. She's always getting the big fried ball things covered in the sweet sauces and stuff and drowning that in soy sauce. So I don't mean to offend anybody, but it's very rare for me to find a Chinese buffet, even out here where I'm at in BFE, that I would eat at, because it's not the best food. It just isn't.
That whole joint that you're talking about, we got a whole run of them. I don't know if you've been down here. They're called Jin Jin.
Yeah. I remember
Jinjin,
that when I lived in Florida.
Jinjin's food is kind of trashy, but
Yeah.
it is kind of good. It just depends on what you get and whether or not you're in the mood for trashy. You know what I mean? I mean, they make every bit of it as you're ordering. It ain't like it's sitting out or anything, but it's just like, you're like, okay, I know this is subpar. I know it's going to be fatty as hell. I don't care. I'm in the mood for it. But if you want high quality, you better go hibachi and just call it a day.
And then NYC, you've got them old grandmas that will make, like, instead of fried rice, they do the clay pot rice, which is just
Oh.
as crispy but a lot healthier. And there are just so many good Asian quality restaurants in New York and New York State. That's why I always side eye her when she goes to like them strip mall Chinese food places, or like that weird place she went in December where it's not, but like there was mac and cheese with meat in it. I'm like, what Asian people serves that? They're serving that for the clientele. They're not serving that to their family.
They serving that for the foodies of the world.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. My thought would be, if you have never really been to Messina, which she claims she likes to go just to see what's changed. First off, if you going somewhere you ain't never been, and we would know if you've been because you would have done videoed it at some point.
Yep.
Why are you not finding some local dig to go to get you some food?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't do food videos, but at least once a week because I've moved here. I don't know all these places here. So I'm going to somewhere different and just trying different places out so that I can be like, okay, I'm like, okay, this one's got the bomb sandwich. This one's got the bomb pasta. This is the place to go for the Greek food. This is the place to go for the Italian food. I want to know the good eats, man.
And I can tell you, when I lived in South Florida, especially, there was a amazing deli from people that used to live in Staten Island, and they found out grew up in Staten Island, and we would just have conversations. Best pastrami sandwiches.
Pastrami.
That's where I lived in 2015 was Staten Island.
Oh wow!
On Hamilton.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
Yeah. They were just starting to redo everything, and like Sandy had already gone through, so like most of the subways were all busted, and yeah, right by the Staten Island Ferry on the Manhattan side.
No.
Another time, sweetheart. Another time we will do that conversation.
Definitely. Yeah. But it's like I tell people, it's not to be offensive about food, because I have no love for poutine. I'm not about smothering my French fries and stuff that's just gonna make them soggy. That's just never been my thing. I'm not trying to shame people if they like that kind of food. I'm just saying that, as especially a New Yorker who has Asian family, I know for a fact that the stuff that foodie thinks is just great Asian cuisine, it's not even. No, this is what they see. The people like foodie. If you want great Asian cuisine, you want the steamed vegetables and stuff. Yeah.
So we got us one more. We got us one more. We're bringing up my favorite pirate. Let's do it. Come on in. Come on through, Inferno.
I even have a piracy shirt on today.
Could not be any better. God.
And you're allowed to not like Putin. The thing is, nobody's perfect. If that's your one flaw, baby, I am solid with you.
It's yummy. It depends on the gravy, though.
You want to know the crazy thing? I have never had poutine, but y'all are gonna probably look at me. I like mayonnaise on my fries every now and again.
A little bit of mayo is actually good.
It just depends on the brand of mayo.
Yep.
And I have to be in the mood for it.
I've had it on fries before. It's so. I mean, I can't say it's amazing. I can't say it's bad.
It's just it's like I said, you have to be in a particular mood for it.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Salt and malt vinegar is the way to go if you're not going to have poutine.
I might have to try those, because I'm not a gravy person. I think people think, oh, that can't be true. Ever since I was little, I would much rather not have my stuff that smothered, because it feels like I have to eat through all of that to get to what I want to taste.
Okay. I like gravy. This stuff's good. It just has to be done right. That's all it really comes down to.
Well,
So.
I'm gonna say this the way things is going, me and my homegirl here, she's trying to say she's down for some poutine too. So we might have to make like a whole thing of that.
Oh shucks, I might just have to do.
We might have to go on a whole connect Canada land tour thing there.
Oh shucks,
Do
I
it.
get to show people around and give them love. What?
I've only been to Canada once. It was out towards Goose Chuck's end of the place because, like I said, BC was just beautiful, just pretty area. But I would definitely, because I'm way closer now to like Ontario
And
than I've ever been.
I've never been to not nary one of them places. I will be like, I need to go to Montreal.
Yeah, you do. It's
I
fun.
need
I got wasted in Montreal. It's awesome.
I need to go to Ontario.
So nice.
I need to go to BC. I need to make like a whole Canada tour, like sweep the nation, man.
And that's why I was going to ask you, Pix, because I remember in BC them having the indoor health center with that big pool, and me and kiddo enjoyed it. And I was wondering if you have those kind of centers on the east side too.
Not the same way that the mall in why can't I find my words? See what happens when my night meds kick in?
Take two.
My brain is a potato right now. Like it's just, what is 1 plus Hubert? I have no idea. So yes, I actually lived about 20 minutes away from the West Edmonton Mall, and that place is insane. As far as places here in Ontario, they're actually doing away with malls. So there's not going to be anything like that, but we do have places like Canada's Wonderland, and I feel like I'm stealing my words.
No, you're all right.
Fine, dear.
You're being self-conscious. You're good.
Oh, I'm super self-conscious, but at least the red stopped.
Okay.
Yeah. So where I was going with that was, no, we don't have like the West Edmonton Mall kind of thing, but we do have things like don't go to Marineland. Don't go to Marineland. If you're going to do something that's really fun during the summer, but there's way too many people, it would be the CNE, which is the Canadian National Exhibition, and it's in Toronto. And yes, I pronounced it that way for a reason, because I know that there are people that are like, what's Toronto? Toronto. When you're in Ontario, you say certain words certain ways. That's just the way it is. And it is pasta, Mario,
Pasta.
bagel. I am going to say the words that
I'm gonna tell you, if I come up there, I'm gonna throw everybody off with. I'm gonna throw
my accent changes up depending on my mood. Sometimes I sound like I'm straight out of Brooklyn. Sometimes I sound like I'm from the South. I was just asking because with Foodie, especially since I had such a fun indoor experience with their pools, I was like, she could just go. She doesn't have to swim. She could just do water aerobics and stuff. It was a whole health center. And I would love that here. That's why we're getting a pool in our yard, because I miss being able to do water stuff. And it's a lot easier at her size than it would be to even walk for her, because you see how she walks. It looks painful.
I imagine that it is. There's no question. I mean, her joints, from everywhere from her neck down, has got to be screaming at her every time she stands up.
Every time that she takes a step down off of a sidewalk.
Oh, I'm waiting for her to face plant.
Every single time, if you are morbidly obese, super morbidly obese, whatever it is, if you are not checking your feet every fucking day and you step off a curb and you twist your ankle, you have no idea if you actually have a tiny, tiny little toenail that might have snapped off on its own, and because it stayed in the sock, you were dealing with the twisted ankle. You didn't realize that you ulcerated your foot.
Yeah.
Like, it's that fast. And she, like, we talk about the sugar foot, but we are all aware of things for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to happen. This is an inevitable thing. It
Exactly.
survives.
We're
This
not saying it for the fun of it, because it doesn't affect us.
No.
You know,
But it's the reality that a lot of us went through, especially when we were bigger, that people take for granted. Just being able to get down on your knees or get down on the floor and get back up, or taking a step down from a high thing. You know, even stairs for the longest time for me were nightmare fuel. And when I lived in my townhouse, I was constantly afraid that I was going to fall and keep rolling like a big old roly-poly. But eventually you start walking, and like that video that she showed, that Miss Snowflake showed, of her getting out of breath just doing it once. I would never want to be at that point again, because I remember that life and I did not like that life.
Yeah. Because the get up, get down thing was kind of nuts with the whole, anytime you had to use your knees. Like, because let's see, high school, I was like 265. I'm like somewhere around like 205, and I've got like a body fluctuate deal. So I'm usually up 3, down 3, like all day, every day.
that's normal.
Yeah, I know, but even still, like I still keep it in mind because the self-consciousness thing. That's my fat kid deal, you know.
You missed it earlier, man. We were talking about when you lose weight, there is a level of body dysmorphia involved always.
Oh, I still have that too. Like when for example, I'm also one of those people who like puffs up and I'm taking a shower and it fucks with me. For the first 45 minutes after I'm out of the shower, it's just like, oh God, I'm round again. Oh wait, no, I'm not. There's no way in hell I could have put that much weight back on. Chill, Pete. But like, that's pretty much my headspace, right? So like, it's just one of those deals of like for me, especially on the knees, I don't know why it was always that. Like stairs, as long as I took them slow enough, shit was fine. I already had that one thought out, right? But it was the up down on the knees stuff, because like now I can do that fine. I mean, but like then it was just one of those deals of like, church, particularly during Lent, there's a lot of bowing going on. I was raised an Orthodox Christian, so it's a highly ritualistic environment in a church service anyway. And when Lent would happen, it would just be like, okay, hold on to your chair in front of me. Leg number 1 first, leg number 2 next. It was like that kind of stuff. You had to put it in an order so it didn't like bother your knees that bad. So like having that not be an issue is just, okay, cool. Like this is good now. But I totally remember it. That's the thing. There's just that shit you don't forget, because like, hey, I was rounder then. I remember this time in my life then. It still kind of goes back in your mind again. So
Kat's wanting to know how tall you are.
I'm 6'2".
Wow.
So my body mass index and me are pretty much around where they should be. And I did have an MRI when my back thing happened, and they said that my bones are thicker than they should be. So I actually am large boned. It does exist. But like, no, they found out my vertebral canal was actually thicker than it should be. So the whole vertebra thing is thinner than it should be. So that's why me having the herniated discs like jacked me up as bad as it did. So, yeah.
All right, we want to keep going?
Yeah.
I'd do some cameos for my hospital bed.
Ma'am.
Nice. Anyway.
Anyway is right.
Not fun. I don't know. Did you guys get the gastro this year? I haven't had that in forever.
Gastro? No.
Don't ask.
Y'all know that I work around the human cooties all day long.
Yeah.
I had nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea running through my facility over the last 2 weekends that I was there. I have not had it. I haven't had it in forever. If you take care of yourself, you're not likely to get sick. And she's acting surprised that she's got it.
She's so unhygienic that it doesn't shock me that she caught something like this. It's just she acts like it's the worst thing in the world. It's like, ma'am, there are definitely worse diseases. What you had, just like everything in your life, is something that was preventable, but you're too stubborn and too selfish to do the things you need to do.
Agreed.
Yep.
Ooh, Rose went there. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly, Rose. Agreed.
And wash your damn hands, heifer.
Yes.
Jesus.
Seriously, it is the worst, man. So, it feels like a hangover times 10. That's what it feels like. Ew.
Okay.
So yeah, I didn't want saltines and ginger ale. Like I wanted juicy fruit because I was so thirsty. Anyway,
Let's see, when she went juicy fruit, my mind went to the gum, but I
Same.
think she actually means fruit that's juicy, but that's not good for her sugars either.
No, it's not.
I just, she's like a toddler.
Agreed.
Toddlers at least avoid danger.
Yeah.
Like, you just-
Self-preservation is instilled in a toddler.
yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
the doctor's like, well, it's probably because of the stress of being sick, and if you have like a virus or infection, you know.
No. No, 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 no. Incorrect. Ain't
Exactly.
no doctor said that shit to her.
I am really pissed about that.
I didn't know doctors in the ER were worried about people's stress levels. They got their own stress
They don't
levels.
give two fucks.
Exactly.
It's kind of like ALR talking about, oh, the doctor was so nice. Like, he stood there and talked to me and, like, answered all my questions, you guys. Nah, bitch, he was in that room for 10 minutes. He did an assessment on you. He asked you some questions, and he dipped. Them people, that one doctor's got 50 patients. He ain't to sit there and hold your hand and make you feel comfortable. Fuck that.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was the other thing too. Is on behalf of every Ontario doctor and greater, even though I'm not one,
Yeah.
I am medical adjacent. A lot of my friends are nurses. The issue is she's actually slandering doctors by claiming that she, a type 2 diabetic who has severe dehydration, was told by a doctor, I guess you might be under some stress. Instead of, bitch, you need insulin. We're keeping your ass in here because you've also got norovirus, so that gave you dehydration, which also spiked all of your blood sugar levels, which we need to hydrate in order for you to do this, which means that we keep giving you insulin and then we'll let you out as soon as your insulin drops down to a certain level.
Well, add to it, I mean, she's very selective on what she hears, and then there's some disconnect between her ears and her brain. Because honestly, if he said anything, you contracting norovirus led to the nausea and vomiting, which caused the dehydration, which causes this, the serum level of glucose in your blood to be elevated.
Yep. But I also think he probably was telling her that she's stressing him out, and she twisted it to, oh, he said it could be stress that's making me feel that way because
snort.
Yeah.
On camera. I snorted on camera.
It's insane to me that she refuses to understand that the ER doctors are not there to coddle her. They just want to diagnose and get you where you need to be, but she will twist everything in her favor.
Yep.
I would bank grateful that she's probably run out of meds.
Yep. It was an insulin run, I think.
Yep.
Definitely.
She
and
never
she has
went
chronic diabetes, so you know that
terminal case.
Yeah. She'll go in there saying that she has all this other stuff when she knows that the main issue is her blood sugar's out of control.
Yeah. I don't know why it's like that.
Yep.
I had 30 plates at the Chinese place, and now this happened. I don't understand it.
800 deep fried shrimp. I don't know what's happened to me.
Exactly.
You
I must be allergic to the
your
shrimp.
body's weight in shellfish in less than 15 minutes.
I'll tell you what it reminds me of. On the Eddie Murphy version of Dr. Dolittle, the lady that has the allergies to the shellfish is what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
And he finds her in the bathroom and she's holding a crab. And he's like, you're allergic to shellfish. Yeah, but I took it out of the shell. So,
yeah.
That would be her.
Exactly.
That's what it makes. It's what she makes me think of. It's insane. It's insane.
Exactly.
Anyway, I just wanted to update you guys. I'm sorry, but I don't know what will be going on, how long I'll be here for.
Long enough to avoid a scam.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
So I keep coming and checking my electrolyte levels, my blood sugar, stuff like that.
You don't say.
I'll keep you guys updated. Sorry for the bad quality video, but
All your videos bad quality.
They're all poor quality. Look at you, hon. Yeah.
We're used to it.
it's the worst feeling. I can't even think of food. Yeah, I know you're thinking, well, this is just what you need.
You damn straight. You damn straight.
I could tell you this. When I was in the ER, there was no way I was recording myself and doing that. Now, by the time I was admitted to the hospital, granted, I was able to listen to streams. I even joked with Annabelle that one stream where he introduced me to A-Rail's nonsense, my heart monitor set off. I was laughing so hard at that. The nurses came in. They was like, why is your heart rate ticked up? And I was like, I'm listening to the stream and I'm laughing too hard. They was like, you need to either turn that down or turn that off and get some rest because that scared us. So yeah,
you could have almost sued A-Rail.
Yeah.
You almost could have sued A-Rail. What are you thinking? This would have been hysterical.
There's a difference between being mirthful after a few days being admitted versus the ER where you don't even know what's wrong with you most of the time. You're in the worst state. You're not smiling. You're not doing cameos. And yet this is why so many of us don't believe this story.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of lies sprinkled in with just a tiny bit of truth in that.
This really feels like the remix of the last time she went to the hospital.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Yeah. It's
It absolutely
insulin run. That's it.
Like, not only that, the Chinese place is right there. Like,
it's one of her wackest hits again. She did this just in December. She didn't even give us enough time to really forget about it. I think she thought because of the stuff that blew up with Scatman, that people would forget that she's literally doing the same thing she did in December. The only thing I'm waiting for is another Kai Bella to show up now.
Not everybody has a 2-week attention span, and she doesn't understand that.
Yes.
I understand that she has like the memory of like a guppy, but the rest of us out there don't.
Exactly.
Unless it involves her past videos, then she'll all of a sudden remember to either delete or privatize.
Yep. And she's the school of if I delete it, it didn't happen. And that's why so many people archive her.
It's not just her, but that's a school of thought that floats around.
Like I said, when she did that community tab post, I had screenshots from people like within 5 minutes of her putting it up. I didn't even know what was going on. And then when I see what she said, I just busted out laughing. She deleted that stuff quick, but people were already on it. Like, A, you're attacking smaller creator. B, what the heck, man? You're allegedly 100K channel. Why are you punching down like this? And she just thought, well, maybe I could delete it and didn't get in trouble. And she got time out for her birthday. And I'll definitely take credit for that because I wasn't even talking about her. Well, technically, the video he was playing, I was talking about her ass. But she ignored me for months. And now all of a sudden, because her bestie got his feelings hurt because of a comment I made in another person's stream, they decided that I would be the target, not realize that I will fight back. I will. It's just my nature, you know?
One, and I said this at one point. I was like, first off, why you keep going in this man's channel to sit there and like pat him on the ass when you know he's going to be playing videos of people talking about you and you know the reaction you have to them. What's the point in all that?
Exactly. I feel like she's chronically looking to play the victim and say she's being bullied. But anybody who watches my videos, even if they think I'm a bit harsh, knows that I'm coming with the truth. I'm not attacking her on anything that she
doesn't, but she enjoys confrontation.
She does. She thrives off the drama. Yeah.
Huh?
Behind the screen, not.
Yes. Oh no, absolutely not in person.
Yeah.
If honestly, look at how she handled that situation with Frenchie. Thanks for coming out.
She thought they were gonna be besties after that.
It's like, ma'am, you talked all this shit. I'm sorry, but that whole, oh, it's business. Nah, bitch, you want to run your gator? You better run that gator in my face.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I tell people all the time, because the internet's a big place. If somebody's talking shit about you behind your back and they can't say it to your face, they're a coward. I don't care. If you can't say the shit you say about me to me directly, then I don't care about it. Honestly speaking.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I got no problem saying anything to anybody. I mean, Krusty can tell you she spent like half a lifetime with me. I'll say whatever to whoever. If you don't like it, fine.
Yeah, and I don't call people friends easily. Like, tragically knows. I want her to check me. If I'm out of bounds as my friend, that's the way it is. And it's the same with her. I don't understand people that are like, oh, my friends can only be nice to me. No, your friends should see you when you're stepping out of pocket and be able to say, bitch, you're out of pocket. That's a real friend to me. That's not a friend that's like, oh, my friend's out of pocket. That's just how they are.
Well, I mean, there's a way to present it too. I mean, a friend can be a dick about it too if they really want to. That's the other side of it. So
yeah. I just think the girls like ass pats and head pats all the time. And ass
she's a hug box. She's looking for a hug box. She's looking for a praise zone out of said hug box, and she also wants to be paid for it, even though she's putting out useless crap constantly. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bail because my meds are really kicking in, and I feel like.
All right, get you some rest.
Yeah, get you some.
Thank you so much, everybody, for.
You're welcome.
I'm glad you came.
You are such a sweetie, and I really enjoyed this.
This is good. This is really good. Thank you so much. And Inferno, it's very nice to finally see your face.
I'm alive. I'm real. I promise.
Yeah.
Yay!
He is not just a figment of your imagination.
It's true. I'm real.
Crew. Oh wait. Awesome. All right.
Nighty night, and hugs to you and Nala.
Peace.
For real.
Okay. Night, Nalaboo.
She's out there pouting.
Bye. I like Pix. Pix is a sweetheart.
She really is.
Yeah.
Hey, Goose, you want to come back up and give it another go?
Come play with us, Goose Chucks. Come play with us.
Yeah, I've got about a few more minutes too, because hubby's got work in the morning. I got to get up too, but I definitely, if Goose Chuck wants to get on, I definitely want to hear her take on the "I'm sick." Too.
Yes, Lord, she is going to tear her ass up.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
You're welcome, Pix.
There she is. Yes. All right, talk to me, Goose.
Yo, fuck foodie.
Are we having schmack?
I think her mic.
No, we're sorry. I mute things and touch things. God damn it, Sorry. So you want to know how I feel about her being sick?
Let's hear it.
Everybody
fucking
stand
booty
back.
fucking who, bitch? That's what I think about it. Booty
Hell
fucking who? Like, oh no, did Muffin get a certificate? Like, who gives a shit? The only thing I hope that came from it was that she got an itchy asshole from the diarrhea, and we know she can't reach it. So that is my only hope from what happened from poor Muffin's little tummy buggy poopy pants. And I hope she pooped her pants. That's another thing.
She got the Szechuan itch on that asshole. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Goose, did you see the short that I did about her taking a shower?
No, I've been so far behind on Girl World stuff. Like, I have to admit I am. Spring is really busy. And like for me today, particularly, like I had a horse choke from 9 o'clock in the morning till 3:30 in the afternoon today. And we had to deal with that. And so like, I'm actually camped in the van at the barn right now. That's why I'm back. Because I'm doing night watch on a baby horse that choked. Like, the thing is about horses is that they can choke literally for days. Horses are obligate nose breathers, so they only breathe out of their nose. So if they choke, it's just something to do with just with the actual esophagus. It has nothing to do with their breathing. But this little baby, she gorged her food because she's a little baby and she's an idiot like every baby little things, and she and her drool ended up coming back up and it was streaming out of her nose all day, so we had the vet come and stuff. So I'm here for that, but that's why I'm like, oh, did Muffin have a tummy boogie? Like, I don't care.
Well,
Like,
let me tell
I
you
hope
what I
she
said.
has perpetual diarrhea for the rest of her life. That's
Same.
how I feel about her sickness.
Everybody was speculating. Did she really take a shower? How did she take a shower? Why would she take a shower? She couldn't have stayed there. I was like, think about this now. We got this big old ass woman with little T-Rex arms who's been using a kitchen sink sprayer for the last year and a half to keep her butthole clean. You know that ain't gonna be at no hospital. So take a guess at what you got to work with. A shower. Old girl had her an explosive Hershey Squirts episode, and she went in there to hose her behind off.
When she told us in that one travel vlog that Scatman sent her with that travel bidet, I was done.
I about fell out. I was like, what?
Same here. I was just like, Dad, I died. I died. Like that
I
was
just keep picturing
that was
her
like
being.
what a loving, supportive man. No, nothing else. And here's your ass hose. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Nothing says I love you more than your ass stinks.
Here's your ass hose. And the thing with her being like the one, and I don't know, maybe it's because, you know, I'm not sure if everybody knows, but I'm a horse trainer. Oh, that's what I do. And so, like, I have been hospitalized so many times, like, you know, like I've been on spine boards, I've been, you know, CAT scanned, everything, 6 hospitalized concussions. Like, I've definitely done my time there. So when she's like, oh my God, I gotta unplug the IV stand and make it to the bathroom, oh my God, I'm just like,
and she was like,
holy fuck.
what got me was she was like, oh my God, this is the worst illness ever. And I was like, ma'am, weren't you diagnosed with cancer at some point? Talking about this is the worst illness ever. Come on now.
Not nearly as bad. Not nearly as bad somehow.
Well, it's because she couldn't eat. She could eat. She couldn't eat. That's all it was. She couldn't eat. And the end of the day is like, how I'm so happy that people are covering other things, and like when I go through my feed, I see different thumbnails and different stuff right now, because it's like, oh, thank fuck, because I'm so done with this. Like, dude, like I said with the whole bingo card thing, is I even put a community post. I'm like, ERBs to cover PayPal scam. Who had that on their business? But I mean, this is getting so predictable, and the poor me thing, and only so far will that poor me thing go. After, you know, if you're 40 years old and the fucking blood pressure cuff comes up, you go, eh. You're like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Every time she does that crap, I just want to knock her in her teeth.
Oh,
or the Nicocado fake wine. It's just
and then we're supposed to respect her. Like, you know, she lies, she scams, she's you know, and then we're like, hey, respect my authority. Like, what? Like, I don't understand it. Granted, you know what I love about this community is that there's quite a few of us Gen Xers, right? So like, because of the Gen X-ness, we're like, like, you know, and then somebody asked me in my community post, like, why do you say, you know, who's Oliver? What's this? Eat a box of Oliver's interchangeable silicone dicks. And so I keep sharing it. I'm like, dude, we almost had Oliver. Like, I'm pissed that we didn't get the Oliver arc. I think Oliver would have been more exciting than Pete's, Periodontal Night Terror, Scatbot 1000. All of them are nowhere near as exciting as her having a box of various heads and dicks and having some slumped over silicone thing covered in hair and smelling like barracuda, like just with clothes thrown over it, like a fucking old elliptical, in a wheelchair. Like, what the fuck? Way better.
And it would have been a better investment of her money, as sad as that is to say.
Yeah, because
there's
all
still
her
time.
Partners, all partners are basically that function anyway, except they don't want to touch her. They're just there to be an inanimate object that proves that she's got somebody enamored with her. I think Oliver would have been perfect for her.
Like, not only that, but like, this is one of the few partners that it doesn't require a lot of meth in order to think it's a good idea to have sex with her. Like,
Yeah.
that took a lot of meth.
Exactly.
And then she could change the dicks. We had conversations about this when this was kind of happening, and just after, and I was like, dude, when we just missed, it was like a month before a scatbot that she was trying to order. It was originally Reginald. A lot of people go, yeah, well, good point, Amber. Oliver can't wipe her ass. Yeah, exactly, that's true. But there is a hose attachment to clean him, so maybe if you attach the hose at the same time she was using it, that there would be just like residual cleaning. But
wrap
like
the hose around the arm with some chicken wire and some duct tape, and you can have a good ass cleaning setup along with the fake person you're fucking. So it works out. No, it does.
How do you? One of his arms could just be like a detachable brush, like from a car wash.
Yeah.
That how it comes out of the middle with the fuzzy with the soapy water. Like there's so many good options with Oliver and his various dicks. It would have been
something. We're missing something. If we got her a portable fridge with dick attachments,
oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And she would fall in love instantly, because she's like if anybody ever, I even shared it in my community post because somebody asked who Oliver was. So I put it up in my community post again. I think it was yesterday, the day before, of the video of her doing the ordering.
Wow.
And she's like, oh, I fell in love with a poster, a piece of paper, a flat with an image. I'm like, we know what a fucking poster is, you dipshit. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and then she's like, oh, I want his arm for a warm hug. I'm like, dude, it's not a warm hug. It's a warm chunk of silicone that you have to put over yourself and caress your own face with. Such a better arc than Scatbot. Like, her going, right? She goes, articulated fingers, and do I want veins and hair? Like, that's the kind of content we're looking for, Foodie. So if you're watching, give up on Scatbot. He's expensive. You have to go to some polluted desert that you don't want to live in. So just stay in Canada, get an RV, and then we can see the various heads, because you'd be too lazy. You just want to put your tongue down them and get no glitter all over them. So then they'll just be there holding weed and in their mouths, and there'll be wig holders, and there'll be various dicks just stuck to the sides of the walls. And I mean, this is gonna be a way better arc. Like, I am pro Oliver all the way.
It's ideal. It really is.
I ain't gonna tell you no lie. I was trying to find that video because that would be priceless as a playback.
Oh my goodness! Yes, classic Chantal.
But yeah, it's a little video I made like a year ago. Yeah, like, I guess that one wasn't. No, sorry. The Baziah's basic attacks was a year ago. That was how the Baziah, when she gets attacked, what happens, and her various logical fallacy hose, the excuse darts, the oozing of barracuda scented lies. It's like there's just there's an actual set of her attacks, and that one, like, she was really high in that video, and she's not just. I mean, okay, I'm a old stoner redneck hippie from Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. We are the weeds. We know it. That was not her on weed. She has something else aboard during that time.
I found it. Shout out to Just Saying for doing the Lord's work out here, y'all.
Absolutely. And that's who I got the clip from too, it was from Just Saying. She's awesome. Her and Queen of What the Fuck. I love Queen of What the Fuck too.
Yes.
Anyways, I'm buying Reginald. You don't think I am? Watch this. Oh yeah. Oh, Oliver is hot too. Oh shit! Can you guys see that?
Oliver's on sale.
Wow.
No? Can you see that? Hey. Oh my god.
I like Oliver.
And that's like the pickles and the milk in the background because she's got the paneer in the closet. And she's also got the KFC drawer and the desk mustard during this time, too, remember?
There must be a hidden pizza somewhere.
I'm going to feed BBJ. Okay.
High as balls, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
And so the worst pet person in the world.
I'll eat something. Some grilled cheese. It's cheaper than that.
And this is when I fucked herself all the time. Remember, like ALR does. But
Yeah.
she doesn't do it anymore because that's Scatbot's job now.
Oh, yes, I would. His name is Oliver. So the silicone body doll is only $1,400 versus $2,200 for the other one that's
still cheaper than her current.
I can get 5 of them, so I never have to clean a one. Yeah.
No, I was really thinking of
I get 5 of them. A family.
Yeah. A fake dong family, yes.
He's got my content too. I saw this man and I fell in love with him.
She doesn't know what love is.
The next level cringe, y'all.
I'm
Yeah.
falling in love. He's looking at me. He's looking at me. She says, like, what?
I almost want to go back in time and tell her they're not real, but it would ruin the atmosphere. And, yeah.
Should I get a sponsor one too?
The bar for her is so low.
If I bring him in public, he'll always have an erect penis. No. I'll just take his penis off.
Man, what?
Or I can buy the penis at a later date. Unless I can, like, yeah.
You know, it's bad when her best possibility is being J-Doll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really bad.
What? Yes, I would take him in public with me in my car. My car. My boyfriend.
Oh, nutty came
I'm
through
actually gonna
cold,
date a
y'all.
sex doll, like, for real. What? I want to take a fucking sex doll. I want you, Oliver. I wish you could see. I'm going to show you his face in this
Like,
box.
she didn't have a fake dick in the glove box already, though.
A life-size made of silicone with a big eggplant and a customizable eggplant. Oh. And you can choose different heads.
Oh my God, I could choose different heads. And then this like forlorn look into the distance. What the fuck? What the fuck?
About that.
My brain is just like...
I could fall in love with a poster. I'm like a real life Mary Catherine Gallagher. She falls in love with a tree. I fell in love with a poster. So I could fall in love with fucking... But I'm not. You're not Oliver. You're going.
She's not real life.
What's going on, guys?
Inferno is embodying the cringe. He's like, oh my God, he's like legit cringing.
Like my head plays a scenario. My head totally plays a scenario when I'm even saying it. So like this is horrid.
A permanent, beautiful fucking 5 o'clock shadow. Oh, and I'm picking a 9-incher.
9-incher, really?
Articulated finger joints. Are articulated finger joints important, or wire fingers? Do you think those are acceptable?
Ma'am, tell me you haven't had sex without saying it.
Like, do you want to help with this process, or
articulated fingers? You know, there's more to sex than just the dick, right?
Articulated fingers are $200 more.
Don't ruin the mystery for her.
What would I do? Hey, Reginald. It weighs over 100 pounds. How will you move it? No.
She has a wheelbarrow. Done.
I'll just
she moves 300 pounds every time she stands up, so...
Yeah, but you can't ask her to do more than that. She'll break.
She just said, I'll pretend he has a disability. That's what she just said.
What? What?
If you go back, and she said, I'll stuff it in my bed, and then she goes, I'll pretend he has a disability.
Oh my God.
I'll pretend he has a disability.
Oh, the inner Samuel L. Jackson voice in my brain is screaming right now.
No, it's okay, bud. It's okay, bud.
I'm good. I will find time to cry. I'll do great. I'm just not going to do it right now. So we're fine. We're good. I have nicotine. Everything's great.
I have a head voice that's like legitimately like Samuel L. Jackson. It's like, what in the motherfucking fuck am I listening to right now?
Right.
Who let
This-
that
this is
silicone
the
on
real
the motherfucking
Chantel.
body?
This is the real Chantel underneath that hijab. That's why she's
Yeah.
so pissed all the time.
Oh no.
The hijab doesn't keep it in well at all.
No, not at all. Yes. Thank you, Cheryl.
But this is the heifer that told me that a man would touch her before me. Okay.
I imagine if there was enough money involved, maybe, but other than that, no.
She has to pay for
She
it.
didn't say real man. Okay. She didn't specify if the man was a human actual man. She did not do that.
You know she didn't get any in Thailand because they charge by the pound there.
Oh,
like,
and this whole thing, like when she gets going, like there's a part here where if people don't know what it is, I know this month because I made a video on this and I remember watching this in real time and I'm like, there's fucking pickles and milk behind you. And that's when she still had the closet paneer and the desk mustard and the KFC drawer of bones. And and she's like, I'm so hot. And she like pulled that wig off the floor and brushed it and then put it on her head.
I mean, she swears up and down that people want her to go back to using the drugs to this level. No, because this was incredible. The level of secondhand embarrassment that everybody watching sustained through this. No. Nobody wants to go through that again.
I would laugh though, and I probably would have watched if she got the Reginald or the Oliver and stuff. But I don't think I would want to see somebody doing this to themselves literally for views at all. You know,
absolutely not.
Oh, she talks about this like when it keeps going. She talks about this as like her OF content, as content, and then when she gets going, like there's a part here where it comes up where like, you'll see if when it keeps playing. It's not much longer. When you see, you'll hear it when it comes up.
Okay.
So she goes like that, like, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's important. Full body self-heating system, no. Yes. That's an extra $3.99. Self-heating. Does that matter? Worth it?
It's your jack off doll. We can't answer this.
Yeah, I think so.
But for somebody who doesn't care about other people's opinions, she sure asks for their advice a lot.
I know. It's isn't that wild though?
And I can sing, where does my heart beat now? Reggie. Original.
This is my favorite part. Picking zits, picking hair, hang on, scratching, across the teeth, in the mouth. Yes! All in one shot.
She always snuck it every time she picked her nose by getting somewhere near her mouth around when she picked her nose. We thought taking her hand away from her face would cover it, but never did. Yes.
The only thing that was missing is the finger up the nose.
How did she get novavirus? I don't know. She is such a tiny lady. Fucking what the hell?
Gee, I wonder.
Okay, same as photo. Same as photo. Armpit hair. No armpit hair.
Armpit hair. No armpit hair. This is her life problems.
Yeah.
Well, she said armpit hair. No. And all I could think was, ma'am, you picked the most hairiest man on the planet, I think.
Exactly.
Dude, his dick pic with the fucking ingrown hairs looked like a dog shaved for surgery. That's what that looked like.
Abby.
Hers back. Yay!
Facial marks. Joints, normal. Loose. Custom storage. I want to get let me see how much everything would cost me. Self-cleaning system, yes.
Yeah, figures.
First order,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
No question.
Extra heads.
All of them.
Oh my god, I can get extra heads and extra wieners.
That's the box of Oliver's interchangeable silicone dicks right there. That's where it originated.
You're not really living unless you have at least 13 of them.
And we know one's got to be green.
One also is going to be a Philippine too.
You need the case for it. Okay, I can buy the case another time. I just won't travel with it right now. So if so let me not buy the case right now. Hanging set, no, I don't need that. I don't need that. So I will just get, with this, you no longer need to move your doll to clean after sex. With just a bucket of water, one hose pulls the clean water into the machine.
Oh, Pete won't mind doing that.
Just and the dirty water comes up through the drain.
Pete, my sex doll smells like barracuda. Pete, can you clean my barracuda sex doll? Pete!
You touched it before. This is nothing new.
Can't be no worse than him being face level at the snatch having to blow dry it.
Yeah.
Oh.
$2? That's not including shipping. Man, I will have to save.
Wait, what did she say the total was? Hang on.
$6,000.
$6,000?
Ma'am.
Not including shipping.
Hell, somebody said it. It's cheaper than that 9K she handed over to Scat.
Yeah, that's true.
Would have got a deal.
Man, I will have to save for a while for him. I'll have to work hard somehow. Maybe I could do more work on OnlyFans or something.
Oh no.
Skip that. No.
That's a big
skip it.
All right, Praspera.
You don't need all those premium. Yeah, you need hair and veins and stuff. If you're gonna buy something like that, I would fucking And I got rush order, machine gun. That's the base price, very base price, and then
All right, I wanna live in.
Oh shit. Okay, didn't tell you. Okay, she said at one point, she goes, what's its name going to be? Whatever. She goes, I'm going to call it Homo. And I don't know if you guys remember who Homo is. Homo is the periodontal night terror's brother in Egypt. She was going to name her sex doll Homo, so that so Nader's brother's name, and then she's like, he doesn't own the name. He doesn't own the name. I like the name. It doesn't. So she was gonna eventually call this thing Homo. Yeah.
Good
Tell me you're in love with the fucking gingivitis donkey without telling me you're in love with the gingivitis donkey.
That's not how you get someone jealous.
No.
No.
Nah.
And we talked about it once in a flirp. I can't remember who said it, and it was brilliant. And I said, she doesn't have a lot of money right now, so she's going to get one that's all spare parts. So it's going to be one long arm, and it's going to be they'll all be different colors. And she's just going to get the Wish version of all this shit. And somebody said, yeah, then she'll build the gingivitis demon. So she'll need a box of miscellaneous teeth.
Or just a full Halloween set. She's good to go.
Oh my God. And
we should order her one of those.
Pardon me?
We should order her one of those. The only thing is that I believe nowadays they have ones with voices. So if you could talk to the company and have them give our catchphrases in whatever voice those are supposed to come in at her, but we just don't tell her, that would be awesome.
Oh, that would be so funny.
She's got her tongue down its throat, and then it goes, "Hey, stupid."
Exactly. Or you're crushing me. Stop. Fun things that we could actually see happening with a real partner. We just throw at that.
Yeah. Go, babe, heifer.
You're holding when you're on
Your
What's
hijab.
What's that smell? That's wonderful.
Tell me how haram this is.
I personally think like when I made my video on it, I said this is my idea for the content room, because this is when she first moved into the new fart box, and then she said she was going to have a content room, and I said, well, Scatbot's not really around, so like we might as well so I think what we'll do is we'll get like the various wish version part of this one, and it'll be there, and that'll be the periodontal night terror, and somebody will burn a piece of chicken and put it in front of him on the table, and then she'll have her diseasey little llama with a teacup in front of it, and then she'll have one of the little babies from Pissy Poo, and she'll have a little family, and she'll sit there and she'll pour tea and go, everybody loves the Bazaya, and that's her little family. That's what she would like. Tell me that's not a better arc than everything that she's doing right now. Come on.
Watch that over this new. I'm here in Canada. I'm going back to Kuwait nonsense. I would totally watch that.
Mm-hmm.
She's got two options: either go full haul into the being a TMI receptacle mattress dickweed, or go to or like actually change. Like, do you know what I mean? If she actually changed, if she's like, listen, I'm fucking up. I'm like, and it's like, okay, great. Make those things. I don't give a fuck. You're a neglectful animal abuser. You're a racist. You're a bigot. You're an idiot. I don't give a fuck about your health or anything. I give as much of a fuck about your health as you give about mine. I don't. You don't, I don't. Sorry. Like, you don't care. And like, if you want to make those better changes for your life, hey, good for you. Go for it. Right. But it doesn't affect me. I won't watch that, but other people will watch that if she actually makes that change. But what's the easiest thing to do? Because we know she only wants to go back to Kuwait because it's easy. She can sit on her ass. She can complain about it being too hot, so she can sit in her methane scented AC. She can sit there and just eat all of her food and whatever, right? But if she is here, I mean, come on, get an RV for the summer. Get to Oliver, get some fucking GoPros, and tell me that wouldn't get you to 200K by the end of the summer. Come on.
Call it the Great Canadian Jack Off.
Bull.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, y'all, I really have fun tonight, and I definitely want to do more of these panels. But the Mister has to get up early. I have to get up early, so I am going to get ready.
We are at all just shy of 4 hours because when we all get together, we don't know how to behave ourselves. We lose track of time, but there ain't nothing wrong with that. We done had a blast.
This was so much fun.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. This was great. Like, I'll catch up with the rest on the replay. Like I said, I'm going to be up all night doing this stuff. I might even end up going live a bit later just because I'm not going to be sleeping. So, but thank you guys, and be well, and all of you are appreciated. So thank you.
You too.
Have
and
a good night.
That will be okay, Goose.
And then love and prayers for the baby.
Yes. And I will see y'all. I'm definitely in everybody's streams. I either lurk or I leave comments, but I will definitely be around, y'all. Thank you so much for having me.
Extend a hug.
Kalari.
Definitely big hugs. Bye, y'all.
Have a good night, all.
All right, Inferno, you got anything you want to say to close it out since you're the last man standing?
Kiwi dating.
Where did that come from anyway?
Oh, quite simply, Naked and Laughing said she checked out Cobra on Kiwi Farms and knew he was like it. So cool, Kiwi dating, bam, it exists now.
Okay,
that's that easy. Like, I don't think Kiwi Farms understands what kind of power they have over selling the unsellable.
Man,
yeah,
I don't even. Well, I mean, okay, so I mean.
It's a joke that should never happen, but potentially could. Yes.
True. But I mean, if you think about it, if you, as messed up as Nall is, Josh makes a hell of a lot of sense. She was probably reading all that stuff going, this guy doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah. Exactly. So I just hey,
Not
Kiwi dating.
her.
Kiwi dating exists now. Go with it.
Right. I had to ask because I didn't know. I'm not quite so steeped in the Null and Cobra
No,
stuff.
it's all good. You missed it. You missed that Hannibal. That's why. So like that's came up during Hannibal Live. For one of the I think it was like 3 Wednesdays ago now. So yeah.
Yeah, see, like when I'm off, I am normally in the bed by like 10:30.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You got a lot of running around and whatnot to do at work to begin with, let alone the yard work and whatever and so on. So I can see why you'd be like shot and be like, okay, 2 middle fingers up, I'm done for today. I could totally see that.
It's one of those, and I said it the other day. I'm like, I get out there and I start, and Goose is gonna be like this heifer, but I get out there and I'm sitting there thinking, oh, I can handle this. I can do this. It's no problem. And then the next day, my body's like, bitch, what? Who?
Yeah.
Who? Not you. And I do that to myself every time. So by the end of the day, I am worn out. I mean, and so I get horizontal and I'm probably not even awake 30 minutes after that, unless I just completely have something going on that keeps me from sleeping.
Makes
But,
sense.
I mean, like you wasn't in here for this either. Man, I turned the air conditioner off last Thursday when my temperatures here were in the 60s and I opened all my windows. I forgot to turn my air conditioner back on. So Monday and Tuesday, Sunday night and Monday night, I was laid in the bed sweating my ass off thinking that my hormone medication was failing me. And I was fixing to call my doctor and act the ass. And I said, you know what? I can't deal with this no more. Tuesday night, when I got in the bed, I was like, I can't deal with this. I got to get up and turn the air conditioner down. And I got up and walked in there to the panel and the stupid thing was off. I was like, oh my
Well, it's
God.
not me.
I've lost my mind. I've lost it.
See, this is the time of year where it's getting around to being keep the AC on as long as you're awake for me, because I don't do heat well. And it's still like, let's see, right now it's 52 where I'm at, but like it's going to drop down to the 40s. I'm still right before that area, but as soon as the days are going to stay at like 65, no, that's automatically keep the AC on until it's over with.
Well, I mean, normally, like I'm a fairly cold natured kind of person, so I don't really set my AC real low. So there are a lot of days, like especially in the spring, where even at its high, it's still in range of comfortable for me. So I'm like, okay, so I turn it off, turn it on, and it's like, okay, I don't want to do that. I don't want to leave it on and have the windows open and be basically just running up my electric bill for no reason. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna turn it off, especially because it was like only like 65 or 66. And I was like, okay, it's super nice. I'm gonna open all the windows. I'm just gonna kind of let it do its thing. Hey, let the house air out good, all that stuff, because it's good for you, just to air everything out, and come in, went on about my business, completely forgot about it. Went to work the whole weekend. The whole weekend was cool, so I didn't think about it then. But here we are. That Sunday night, I was like. Like pulling the blanket over me and being too hot and flipping the blanket off of me I'm like, God damn it. I'm like, what is wrong with me? I was like, I'm fixing to call my doctor and tell him about himself. They didn't compound my medication right or something. I was just irritable.
It's not you though. That's all that matters. It's not you.
What? It was me. It was me though.
But it wasn't, because it was the AC, not you. See, so.
But I'm the knucklehead that turned it off, though, so it was me.
I know, but I'm ignoring that to make you feel better about the situation, so it totally wasn't you.
Just in denial. It was Hannibal's gremlins came over and turned my AC off.
You weren't online at the time. It was the next best thing. What do you want me to tell you?
Works, I guess. It works.
I honestly think he's stockpiling up my iron, because I keep sending him iron to fight the gremlins off with, and they keep coming back. So I'm not sure if it's a lure to get iron out of us. It could be.
Maybe.
Yeah, because iron kills fairies. So. Yeah.
Now see, okay, real quick. I'm not opening this.
Sure.
Your mama did a whole stream yesterday.
I didn't watch it yet myself. So
about Erie's paranormal videos.
Oh yeah, no, he's a coke buster. He's got nothing to talk about.
Why?
Because he has nothing else.
Yeah, he's not like from what I understand, and I haven't heard anything confirmed on this.
Bad that they're not talking about foodie. It's like,
Yeah, like from what I understand, and there's nothing confirmed on this. He's having issues with some of his like in his people floating about, and like the Mexicans aren't exactly like allowing him through the Discord as much, so he can't copy homework or get information fed to him to go online with. So instead, like he's also had like a lot of like spaces and gaps in between his streams lately, and usually he's daily. So when it comes down to it, he's watching shit to try to twist because he's just going back to the bullshit routine, like the straight up bullshit routine. So he's trying to pick fights to make himself relevant.
Yeah, Mudslicker says he's hurting for content. He's kind of trying to lashing out at anybody and everybody.
Yeah, no, like he could try. No, like I got videos coming out about him. Like I'm looking to try to get those all out after Mercury retrograde. I'm just dropping them. So when it comes down to it, he's not. I don't have to say anything right now. I'm just gonna let the free fall happen as soon as I drop the bids. That's pretty much my state of mind right now. So like he can sit there and bitch and do lines all he wants. When it comes down to it, like I got you already. You're fucked. Like there's no other way I can put that. I already got you. You're fucked. Keep bitching. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know much about him, but I remember once somebody told me that he had me on there, I guess, because it must have been around when she was reporting me or whatever. And so, pardon me, I don't know which video he watched, but I mean, mine are all the same. It's me just basically chirping at her and insulting her. Like, you know, that's all it is. I mean, I'm Canadian. That's what we do. Like we bitch at it when you know, like it's like dudes. The dudes call each other names, you know, all that kind of stuff. That's what that's what you do when you even when you're friendly, right? Mm-hmm. And so like for me, I don't have to like her. And I remember I made a video. I was like, oh no, everybody, we don't all agree about foodie. Oh my god, what are we ever gonna do? You know, like you know, and like I don't even care. Like when I didn't even address it, like I would never respond to him. To me, Yo Mama is a greenhorn in Gore World. He is just figuring out who she is. Him calling her out for the anti-Semitism. Him calling her out for her talking about children. He's just starting to realize what an asshole he is because he chose to kiss her fupa balls to get clout, as opposed to the rest of us who told her to fuck herself. Yeah, like, and so there's
yeah. No, this wasn't about like, oh, I'm going to try to ride you for clout. This is more along the lines of she's paying him. Like he admitted to this on January.
January that's right. 4th. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was bragging about it on Twitter, and for the most part, I don't think it's there anymore. I went back looking after I got unblocked, and I didn't see it. Mind you, I also have problems with seeing anything before it turned into X now. Because I don't pay for anything. I'm not going to pay for Twitter. Screw that. Like nothing personal on anybody. It's who does. It's just I'm not going to pay for that service. I just don't feel I should, especially now. And when it came down to it, he admitted openly that like, yo, I'm like, what would he say? Instead of finding a glitch and spending money to buy Madden cards or whatever, I found the best glitch ever. Just get a fat woman to pay you thousands to like talk shit for them. And then he said greatest of all time, like with a little like hashtag and a goat. And like it's like no, he already admitted to it. And this is about fuck. He started working for her, from what I could tell, somewhere around the later part of October of 2022 to early part of November. So right before she was leaving. And mind you, he has already ignored the number of times she's used the G slur at FFG. Totally ignored that. Like he basically started working for her about maybe about a month and a half after she decided to drop the not white fatherless children of the Turkish guy, that comment. Like, I mean, when it comes down to it, no, he's ignored more shit than possible. The only reason why he did that was because he went on a race baiting tour with Hakate's daughter, Pupu Tasha, Raven Star, Amana Vis, which is Frida and Xena, for those of you who don't know, BGTV, and part of it was happening on Twitter anyway. And this hit Skinny Queen, FFG, Shannon, and No Madness Life.
See, I missed every bit of that.
Yeah, I pay attention to this. So like it's back and forth between Twitter. A lot of it was back and forth between Twitter, just to keep that in mind. But like they were playing, those who were attacking on Twitter were playing nice and trying to bump up their channel on here. And they also are aware that like there are some of us who are on Twitter and there's some of us who aren't. It's just how it is. Like if you want to go over to like continue the written version of the warfare, go on Twitter. If not, don't. But it's also a decent place to find little tidbits of extra too. That's why I mean I'm not on there all the time, but I mean I show up a couple times a week to check things out, you know. So like
Yeah,
there was that going on.
I've caught some stuff like there's some infighting going on amidst a few of
Yes,
those on there that were
yes, there is.
for a while. So I was just like, bro, I'm like, whoa, what's up with that? Because I
Yeah.
don't really pay attention. I go on there and I skim some and kind of catch the highlights and then I'm off
Oh,
again. So
some of the infighting right now is basically going on because one of part of one of my videos got out and let's see, Satan and Bridge covered this in their own versions. Bridge took pics of it for just clippets, which okay, cool, fine. Satan / Carter took a segment of this is all in Jackass Diaries episode 2. It starts around 29:22. I'm a little ahead on that one, but I figured out with my phone, so it's tougher to get easy on your phone for YouTube than it is on your screen. But it starts around 29:22, where for the most part he was at a game tourney. And this is like 2011, 2012. I think it was like 2011 area, early part of 2011. He was a game tourney, multi-game tournament in Orlando, Florida. And he was getting out of an interview. He puts his wedding ring back on when the interview's done, and he's going back to talk to some of his friends who are floating around at the tournament. That one of them comes up and says, "Hey, so and so is talking with a 16-year-old." So the rest of the group's like, "Whoa, what?" He's like, "Cool, let's go." So they're like walking off to go do that. And like for the most part, like everyone, like there's an immediacy to the group of like maybe he doesn't know what's going on, maybe he doesn't know she's 16, like is he going along with this? There was more of this weird like angsty curiosity, like concern deal going on with the group. He on the other hand was just beelining to go check this out. So when he gets there, for the most part, it sounds as though he was trying to like in my personal opinion, it sounds as though he was more excited about the entire deal. And being that it's
the 16-year-old girl thing.
yeah, that's what that was. I caught this months ago. Like this is from like I took some of his older videos and conglomerated it into like one video for Jackass Diaries too. Like these are his early videos, like his first actual vlog, and stuff that was revolving around this tournament, and a couple of his actual like attempts to try to like do his show like he kind of does now. And so he goes up to that. He talks to the women at this booth. And it turns out all of them, one of them was 18, the rest were 21 or up. I think the oldest one was 28. So he goes and repeats, "Yo, they said something about 16-year-olds being here." And they're like, no. Then he repeats it saying 15-year-olds to try to rekindle the conversation, see if he can get anything going at any of them. When they're walking away, and mind you, he sounds kind of excited about all this, as opposed to the rest of them, which is just like, okay, we kind of want to get to the bottom of this, maybe save our friend, maybe see what's going on, that kind of shit. Mm-hmm. Like he walks away and they're all sort of like clicking off to like figure out what to do. Like for like while they're there, because I guess their tournamenting or whatever was done with, so they're just going to go hang out and see what was up. And so they're clicking off, and problem, the dude who was the champion for Mad Nation season 3, who got him on the show for Mad Nation season 4, before he got himself out in the first day, he basically said something along the lines, "Well, I'm 28. I would never mess with a 16-year-old." And your mama basically passes on with a line of, basically ends up saying something along the lines of, "Well, if you did, I wouldn't tell anyone anyway." Like that was pretty much like the line he gave. I don't remember it verbatim. And then about a minute and a half to a minute later, he makes some kind of comment of, "It's like WrestleMania." Like he was looking over at some stage where I think there was going to be some panel about something, because people were like showing up. He's like, "Yeah, it's like we're at a rock. You're being a rock concert here." And I'm thinking to myself, a little more like a wrestling event, but whatever. And then the video cuts off. So like, and then the next video is really funny because it opens up with him being like, "Yeah, we're going to go out to the bar and get some bitches tonight." And then it just turns out to being all of them going back to a room and gambling on who is going to win at Madden between the two people playing. So like he was trying to show off his crew and like all this other shit and show like his capping off and crap. Like that was the point of all this. But the reality was is he just made himself look really fucked up. And keep in mind, like, I think he was about, geez, I want to say he was like 28 when that was done. He was like 27, 28, maybe 29, somewhere around there.
Wow.
And like, yeah, and it's pretty bad. And considering the fact that like he ends I'm jumping over something else just to show something, just to illustrate something. 35 is around the time frame when your mentality sort of locks into place. Like if you're not willing to change, you've just been living your shit out and doing whatever, however you kind of are, is sort of locking into place at 35. When he was 35, he was basically trying to SH, not SA, but change the A to an H for harassment, so to speak. He basically tried to go after a woman called Country Girl who was trying to bring more female Madden players into the Madden world on YouTube. He got pissed off about that because he made an inflammatory video about her, and then he decided to no, she what you call it? She struck him for that, which I think is fair game.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it, he then decided to attack her and go after her about being at a tournament and tried to make her look like a home wrecker because of like stories he got out of DMs. Like he's ignoring information on DMs, all this other shit. Like he's basically trying to put whatever he can to make her look like a home wrecker, like she went out and cheated. The reason why he did this was because the husband shows up, the husband at the time, mind you, shows up and basically was all like, like, oh no, my wife might be cheating on me, blah, 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 in another video, which unfortunately was deleted. But he admitted to saying like, I've been doing pills, I've been drinking, and mind you, he was a vet, he had PTSD stuff, so he's self-medicating. That's going to have a strain on a relationship in itself.
Yeah.
But they ended, so about the second part of this, that video cuts off, and basically he's trying to spread this information around. He's literally telling people at the end to spread this information around, and if he's lying, he'll jump off a bridge. The second part of this was a year later. This is after he's sitting around stalking her, watching her page, like doing a whole bunch of shit. She gets divorced from said husband for whatever reason, and as far as I'm concerned, it may be from marital constraints with all that stuff going on. It's between them, honestly, but it was an amicable divorce from what I can tell. She goes over to start dating one of her friends from Madden World. He goes over to basically make another video that goes from her being like the home wrecker to making fun of the new guy. And at the end of the video, he ends up basically saying, I would sleep with you. And it turns into being like this weird deal of SH in regard to that. So like he was basically pretty much watching, waiting, trying to wreck a relationship over the fact that he had a strike, and then wanted to move in on her so he could try to bang her. And either way you look at it, he was either trying to pull a force play of, well, if I give in, maybe he'll stop, which is amazingly, amazingly bad. That wasn't exactly her psychology either. You don't get much of it, but it wasn't her psychology. And the other side of this is that he was basically looking to try to like score her by bringing her up and talking about her a bunch. It's insane. I still have another part to do to that because there's still more.
Holy moly.
Yeah, like we're talking right before we went into girl world. He had her. She came back into the community, and there was like none of the old heads around. So she was trying to talk to him about like what's going on, what's up, blah 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 blah. Maybe enough time's passed, and mind you, like he used stuff that she said, like, if you ever made a video about me, I just take it as whatever, because I know you're trying to be silly and I know you're trying to be funny, and Madden community did try to support itself, to lift itself up and bring it more. But in this case, no, like he basically got in touch with her, and then she got in touch with him because none of the older heads were around. A lot of them left because of the gameplay, the fact that like they were like older than a lot of the crowd now, like multiple reasons, right? So she ends up getting in touch with him. He's talking with her for a little bit, and by the next stream, his next thing was she's just looking for eggplant symbol. Like Country Girl is just looking around for eggplant symbol. That was his next stream right after that. And that pretty much concludes the saga with all of that. But like he's like watching on her and shit. He's like following relationships. He's like playing buddy, then like fuck you with like, you know, the husband at the time / ex. He's also doing this is the new boyfriend. And like there's another stream which this is going to be my halftime show because this is one big dick joke. But like when it comes down to it, he literally has a podcast where I think he's simulating her on the phone. Like I got to recheck this one a little bit, but he's like re-simulating her on the phone, like basically talking about sexual exploits. Now, the reason why he did that is because he said in the stream that I just talked about, where he was trying to like SH her into like sleeping with him. Like he basically said, she called me up on the phone and said everything's true. Like he also said her pussy, so her pussy's the bomb. Like it was just like, whoa, what? Like he did some really, really, really low shit, and this was without the provocation or backup of the Mexicans. So this is, yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
and this is when he was 35. So putting this into perspective here.
I mean, I've said it. I mean, I don't really pay that much attention to like what is going on like between the folks like in girl world or girl world adjacent or whatever. I don't really get into any of that, so I'm not really paying attention to it. Holy hell. Wow. You're muted for some reason, Inferno. Okay. I think he's having technical difficulties, Crab Apples. The gremlins got him. So, y'all, all right. Here we are. We are 10 minutes past 4 hours. I think, because it is after midnight here. He says, yeah, but this is a history of Clinton line his way up these. Holy hell. Whoa. Romeo, Crabs, I can show you right where Romeo is. He is right there. He's napping. He jumped up there in the middle of the stream because he likes to be where he can see everything, and now he's dozed off. But I'm fixing to wrangle him up, and we're all fixing to go to bed because it's after midnight here. And I got plenty of stuff to do tomorrow, so I got to get some sleep. And I am going to let you guys go too because, you know, no matter what time zone you're in, you've all got to get a relatively decent amount of sleep so you can wake up and pretend to be fully functioning, capable adults tomorrow. So I want to say thank you all that have come through, hung out with us, to everybody on panel. You guys are an amazing bunch of folks just to have a good time and kick back and cut up with. I will never not appreciate you guys. I appreciate every one of you guys that are coming through on the replay as well. I hope you guys have had as much fun tonight as I have. It has been a blast. Take care of yourselves. Get a good night's rest. Hug those you love. Tell them how much they mean to you. And remember to hydrate, 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 hydrate. Because you are nothing more than a houseplant with more complex emotions. Thank you guys for coming through again. You guys have a wonderful night. See you on the next one. Bye, y'all. Ooh, ooh.